I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Sunday the 8th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio and, of course, don't forget, online. And if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It's free.
Coming up for you this morning, Sinn Féin has become the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time. It's a historic election. We'll bring you the latest from Belfast.
UK health officials say they're no closer to finding the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children. More than 160 cases have been recorded across the UK so far, with 11 children having to receive liver transplants.
Some of Britain's best universities are reducing entry requirements by more than 2 grades to assist poorer students. Now, is it a clever long-term strategy, or does it hinder middle-class students and stop them fulfilling their dream, if you like?
Well, you can join in any of our discussions, of course, by emailing us gbviews@gbnews.uk, because we are the People's Channel and we love to have your views as part of the programme. Or you can tweet us at GB News.
Now, Sinn Féin are the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time after an historic election victory.
Yeah, they won 27 seats compared to the Democratic Unionist Party's 25. Michelle O'Neill will therefore become the first nationalist leader of Northern Ireland, leaving many people questioning the future of the UK. Here's what she said shortly after counting had finished.
Today represents a very significant moment of change. It's a defining moment for our politics and for our people. Today ushers in a new era, which I believe presents us all with an opportunity to reimagine relationships in this society on the basis of fairness, on the basis of equality, and on the basis of social justice.
Well, let's talk to political commentator Portia Berry-Kilby, who joins us now. It's good to see you this morning. Look, this is problematic in quite a number of ways, isn't it? I mean, first and foremost, because there has to be a coalition government in the Northern Ireland Assembly, and the DUP at the moment don't seem like they're going to play ball.
Well, that's very true, Stephen. And first of all, thanks for having me on. But I think what's interesting here is that we have the Conservative Party, not really having advocated for the union for a while. Obviously, they are a Conservative and Unionist party, and the Conservatives took a hammering in the local elections in certain London seats. But this just speaks to another way in which they're failing. They've not advocated for the union strongly enough. They need to do more, especially upcoming. And I think we also have look over to Nicola Sturgeon and her failure over the past few years, despite the SNP doing so well recently and still polling so favourably. So really, I think this just speaks to broader Conservative failings in one way as well.
Yes, but whatever happens next is going to be historic, isn't it? Already it has been overnight. But there could, for instance, now be a failure of Stormont to actually govern, and there could be some sort of a referendum in the next 10 or even 5 years asking the people of both South and North in Ireland whether or not they want to be united.
Which would be absolutely monumental. It's very much unprecedented. I think everyone had a suspicion that it was a matter of time before the question of Northern Irish unity came up again. This has really brought it to the fore, and especially with the DUP not doing as well as they hoped, there has to be greater focus here, and I don't think it can just be left to Northern Ireland. If the UK cares about the United Kingdom, they have to do more themselves too.
I mean, there is an element here of natural ebb and flow within politics. I mean, the DUP and before them the UUP have been, really quite strong within Northern Ireland. Now, they've obviously been pushed to second place in all of this, but isn't that a necessary process in terms of how politics tends to work?
I mean, there is always an ebb and flow, but I don't think that means that we have to shirk the principles that guide us, and that if a United or Northern Ireland previously was functioning doesn't mean that it can't function now. I think there have been duties abandoned. I think Northern Irish Protocol and the whole Brexit deal obviously hasn't benefited Northern Ireland, and it shows a greater shirking of commitment to the Union. So, of course, yes, there is an ebb and flow, but there is also plenty that people can do to stem the tide of that ebb and flow, and also to realise that you don't need change in all areas actually to be successful.
You're with Young Voices UK. I don't think the vote in Northern Ireland has been broken down into demographics yet, but do we know how many young people voted? And do you think the fact that they don't remember the Troubles might have played a part?
I think the fact they don't remember the Troubles is a huge factor in this. There's something for kind of the inherited memory of the Troubles in Northern Ireland that shapes a lot, but for the people growing up now, they are some degree removed from that, and so there's obviously less division there in such a tangible way. I think people don't remember they don't remember having lived through it, and they don't have that personal, very painful memory of it. So obviously that's also going to weaken allegiance to certain parties and really shape the future, and there's more votes up for grabs.
OK, Portia, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your analysis on all of that. I mean, it'd be interesting if you're watching in Northern Ireland this morning, or indeed in the island of Ireland, and want to get in touch. We'd love to hear from you at gbviews@gbnews.uk.
I mean, there may be a significant amount of people who not only do not remember how awful the Troubles were, but also actually see Sinn Féin as just a political party and don't remember even the times when Sinn Féin members were prohibited from speaking on television during the 80s. Oh, yes. They had to have recorded voices overlaid.
I mean, it was... do you remember?
And it was always described as the political wing of the IRA, and that was how it was. But for how many years has that not been, even in somebody's consciousness? I don't know.
Perhaps opinion on... In Northern Ireland is changing.
And maybe that is a good thing. Or you could argue, is it a bad thing? You should remember where and how it all started. I do know an awful lot of people. A lot of the people I know from Northern Ireland are since they changed the rules in Dublin, have got Irish passports now. Sort of insisted on getting Irish passports. Yes. I don't know, is the mood changing in the province? And a young person I know who's American discovered that she'd got her Irish roots and applied to get an Irish passport and is very proud she's got one of those too. Not a UK one, but an Irish one.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's one of these areas, and I think it's a bit like a lot of historic situations where passions are so deep.
Yes, and we always used to say in the 80s, 70s and 80s, when the Troubles were bad, that maybe memories are too long. And actually, if people could just forget history for a bit and just learn how to get on in the modern age, that's what we used to say. Maybe that's what we're seeing. I don't know. If you do live in Northern Ireland, do you see it as a interesting, refreshing air of change that's just happened? Or is it something that puts the very fear into you?
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to get your views on that one this morning.
I also want to find out. Sorry, I really do, because you know how since I discovered this story on the front page of the Star this morning, who Gurs wins. It's basically that we all know that there are military dogs, don't we? Dogs that help the military do lots and lots of jobs in war-torn areas. Particularly, there are lots of dogs who've been given medals for the service they've done in Afghanistan and things like that. The PDSA, I find, invented the Dickin Medal, which is given to dogs. I think it's only dogs, but it may be other animals too, who have been particularly courageous. One of the things they have to have done is saved a human life and shown extraordinary courage, over and above their training. Well, the SAS have now admitted that they are recruiting Jack Russell Terriers because they are particularly clever. They're very fast learners. Of course, they're small, so they can get in anywhere. Very fast runners and highly intelligent. So I just wondered if you own a Jack Russell, do you agree with that? That they are so clever, they're going to be brought in now by the SAS, specially trained, and they're going to serve in Ukraine.
You see, Alex, it's a very good idea. It's very good.
Love to hear from you.
There has been a cat that won the Dickens Medal.
What did
Just one.
do?
It was Simon, the ship's cat of HMS Amethyst. This was a long time ago, many years ago. I can't find the date now.
But it won an award for gallantry, a cat.
Yeah. But there you go. So Simon was, this is back in the late 1940s, and it was on the Amethyst, was sailing up the Yangtze River.
Yeah.
But Simon, the ship's cat, has got his... Over April 1949, it says on his medal.
HMS Amethyst.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. I mean, animals have been amazing in the way they've helped the military, helped people during war, and obviously saved lives. So Jack Russell Terriers apparently being recruited now by the SAS. We'll try and find out a bit more for you a bit later on. But I'd love to hear from you if you are the owner of a Jack Russell and whether you'd agree they are highly intelligent, quick learners, fast runners, everything you want in a military dog.
And actually, the paper says it all. There's a picture of one with a bit of camo paint on his face, and it says, "I'll beat the Terrierists."
Yes.
Which is quite clever. I love it.
It's
I love it. It's a great story.
Yeah.
Look, it's 10 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on today. And the Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules, saying he's confident that no rules were broken. Mail on Sunday has published a leaked memo which suggests the event attended by Sir Keir Starmer and the meal and beer involved in that was all pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and the elderly have been rescued from the steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation will now focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The UK has confirmed a further £1.3 billion of military support for Ukraine. The Prime Minister will meet G7 leaders and President Zelensky virtually today to talk about Ukraine's long-term future.
And I actually just want to start. Priti Patel, your racist policies are killing people.
Well, the Home Office is reviewing its security after protesters heckled Priti Patel at the Tory Spring Dinner in Nottinghamshire. 7 activists from the Green New Deal Rising group bought tickets to the event and then criticised government plans to send migrants to Rwanda.
Sinn Féin's Vice President Michelle O'Neill says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland. They won 27 seats in the election and the Assembly election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
And the Prime Minister Boris Johnson is promising to restore neighbourhood pride by reviving struggling town centres. Plans include giving councils extra powers to force landlords to rent out empty shops and making pavement cafes permanent.
Permanent pavement cafes is easy for me to say,
Yeah.
but it's, I mean, it sounds great, doesn't it, when the weather's nice?
Well, exactly. But there's a lot you can do to do that. I mean, you can put up big umbrellas and awnings and things like that.
Space heaters.
It's a nice idea, isn't it? But will it work? I don't know. Maybe it will revive towns. Although we've had this debate before, actually, whether town centres are actively trying to revive them, or should we just let them evolve?
Yes.
We don't shop the way we used to, do we?
No, we don't. But as they turn into like a cafe culture sort of thing, it's not necessarily bad if everyone's going to go out and spend. We haven't got the money to go and spend in Starbucks at the minute, have we?
No, not when it's about £3.50 for a cup of coffee.
No.
Crazy,
isn't it?
Now to a remarkable story, because UK health authorities investigating the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children, with 163 cases have now been identified in the UK.
Now, despite authorities saying the chance of catching the disease is low, it can be a very serious infection. And so far, out of this group, 11 children have needed liver transplants.
Well, we're joined now by NHS GP Dr David Lloyd. Good morning, Dr Lloyd. Hello. Nice to talk to you. Yes, I think we can hear you. Jolly good. I mean, why would there be a surge like this in hepatitis cases?
Well, I can only talk in very general terms, I'm afraid, because I don't think anybody really knows the answer. But our babies, our toddlers and our children have had a very tough time during lockdown in a very different way from adults, in that the usual way that they progress through their lives is that they come into contact with viruses and bacteria for the first time. They catch that illness and then develop the resistance. And then the next time they come in contact with that illness, they can fight it off. So because everybody's been in lockdown, they've not come into contact with those illnesses. And so now, as we're now starting to mix and children are going back to school and toddlers are toddling with other people in playgroups, is that they're picking up illnesses very quickly and have not got that resistance. So we're seeing an awful lot of children who are getting a lot of illnesses, one after the other. I usually find myself saying to mums and dads that the average toddler is going to get, 6 or 7 illnesses a year. But now I think we're revising that upwards to sort of 12 illnesses in the year. So they're having a very tough time. And so as a result of that, we're seeing children who are really quite sick. We've had memos out from the Department of Health about hepatitis, as you say. We've got to look out for children who've got those symptoms. But the latest one, of course, is the coincidence of chickenpox and streptococcal sore throats. So children are getting those illnesses combined, and although each of them is very easy to treat, when you get them together, they can cause very serious illness. So that's the background. I'll shut up if you want to ask questions.
Yes,
but that's the background.
No, if you don't mind, that would be fairly useful. Look, what do parents need to look out for with hepatitis? Because we know there's A, B and C, and they're all quite different, aren't they?
So the thing about this hepatitis is that it's not A, B, C, D or E. So those are the sort of standard hepatitis, A to E. We think that it's linked to a particular virus, but we're still not sure about that yet. When I say we, those very clever doctors in the laboratories are trying to find that out. So yes, the things to look out for are children when they develop a fever, when they become unwell, that they also get that yellow tinge. I'm sure you've seen children with people or adults with jaundice. The whites of your eyes become yellow, and then eventually your body, the whole of your body becomes yellow, and that irritation and that yellowness also causes irritation, so you get a tremendous itch. So if your child is unwell and is yellow and is itching and may also have joint pains as well, then that's a sign that you are getting hepatitis and that you need to see a doctor straight away. And you need a lot of tests. We've been sent out, again, another memo telling us what things we need to do to make sure that we haven't got the more serious sort of hepatitis. But we see them occasionally.
There have been some reports in the newspapers saying that this surge could be because of lockdown and the after effects, but also because of dogs. I mean, does that make any sense to you?
Well, obviously, I've had to do my research for you overnight, but yes. So the staggering data on dogs in the UK, and I think around the rest of the world as well, is that 3.2 million more households now have a dog in their house than before lockdown. It's been an absolute surge, and I've talked to patients who've got dogs. I mean, buying a dog nowadays is incredibly expensive. And that's because there is such demand for them, but for the well-known reasons of having a dog. And diseases are linked to dogs. There are on the CDC website, which is the American health website, 110 different illnesses linked to dogs and illnesses in humans. And so, yes, there are definite issues with illnesses being transmitted from dogs to humans. But I must say, I've been a GP for 40 years. I don't think I've seen very many problems. I think we see the occasional attack of gastroenteritis from Campylobacter. That seems to be quite a common one, especially if you feed your dogs raw meat rather than cooked meat. But that's the main one we see. So it's a very interesting phenomenon, the two big rises during lockdown, which is children's infections and dogs. It seems logical to see whether there is a link between the two. But I don't think it's any more than that at the moment.
I mean, we wouldn't want people to be scared after us talking about this. Is there any advice you could give to people in an ordinary household which could at least, reduce the risk of hepatitis in youngsters?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not a dog owner. I remember as a boy being surrounded by dogs with my parents, and that bit about raw meat is the only bit that I would throw in. Is that I can remember my father carving out great chunks of horse meat and handing them to the Labradors. That's not recommended nowadays, and that you should certainly give your dogs cooked meat rather than raw meat. And just make sure that that you do practice good hygiene. And when your dog is ill, treat your dog as just you would treat your babies as well. Make sure they get the right sort of care as well. But yes, I think this is just one of the avenues that the scientists are exploring. So please don't get too excited about it. But it is quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Dr. Lloyd, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thanks very much, yes.
There's all this talk, about, and this sort of, it works out with what the doctor was saying about the pandemic and the fact, because it's all about not being exposed to things.
Yes.
And there was talk, it's years ago now, saying we're too clean.
Yes, that's right, yeah. And they did say it at the beginning of the epidemic when we were advised to wear masks and sanitise everything and spray your incoming groceries and all the rest of it, that there would be repercussions afterwards because we have to be inured to what's sort of generally in the atmosphere, don't we?
Yeah. We need to go and all dig our hands in a pot of soil in the garden and rub it over our faces and get a bit filthy.
This summer.
Go camping, expose ourselves to a few little microbes.
What do you think, eh? GBViews at gbnews.uk. Love to hear from you.
Do stay with us, though, because it's the anniversary of VE Day today, and we'll hear from a veteran about his experience and what we should learn from the past.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells. A little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again. It's 6:25, very nearly. Well, it's 77 years since Victory in Europe Day, VE Day, when Winston Churchill announced that the fight against Nazi Germany in Europe was over.
Now, John Roberts served during the conflict and we were honoured that he wanted to talk to us about his memory of the day. He now works with the Royal British Legion, giving talks about his experiences of the war.
He told us of the excitement when the news broke that the war was finally over.
I was actually in Canada starting my flying training then. It wasn't all that easy in Canada, or that part of Canada, because you had to have what they called a liquor license. You couldn't just go into a bar and drink like we do here. You had to hand over a bit of paper to get a drink. So it was quite difficult to get drunk. But everybody was so excited that goodness knows what happened. Well, you can probably guess that I'm a sailor, and sailors like girls. So what I was looking forward to was getting back to England, to where I had a girlfriend. When the war ended and I was in Canada, there were so many people waiting to come back to England that it was 2 weeks before I could come. So I went down to New York and I went into Radio City to see television. I'd never seen television before. And I was selected to go behind the screen to be televised so all my friends could see me. So many people died. I think to not remember them is really disgraceful. I'm 98 now, and I flew in the Fleet Air Arm. My engine never stopped, so I never had to bail out. I never had to ditch in the water. I've been very, very lucky, and I was never torpedoed in my ships. The United States stopped supplying Japan with oil, and that was very bad news for Japan. So that's why they attacked the United States. And really, if we go on being too beastly to Putin, I wonder if he will do the same as Hitler and the Japanese. You know, we push them so far that they go to war.
Very interesting point from a veteran there, actually.
Heck, I was just thinking, he must be some age.
Yeah, I think 77 years ago VE Day was, so you have to be pretty old to actually have a sort of grown-up memory of it. I think there are lots of children who remember, dancing in the streets and everything. And the Queen, of course, remembers it because she literally did that. She and Princess Margaret.
They went, yeah.
And Lady Elizabeth Fermoy, one of their ladies in waiting, they sort of dressed in civvies and they went out in the streets in the mall to just sort of get the feeling. It must have been amazing.
It must have been quite something.
Absolutely
it really must have been.
Incredible.
I mean, think how long ago. I mean, my parents weren't born then.
No, my mum used to tell lovely stories of how they were all dancing in the streets and they just couldn't believe it because they'd gone through all of those years of war, and you have to remember, we look back on it and know how it ended. They didn't know how it was going to end.
That's a very good point.
They had no idea. All of those years when the young men were going off and, and women, of course, were fighting too, but young men were going off to war and a lot weren't coming back. They had no idea whether the whole thing was going to end one day with Nazi jackboots, stomping up the mall, or whether there would be what in the end there was with Churchill and the King and Queen on the balcony waving. And you were saying to me just a minute ago, Stephen was saying, what is it with that royal wave?
The royal wave, did you see it, Mrs.
The royal wave is a funny little circular motion in the hand. And I think it's because, it's often been spoken about, it's because you can't wave like ordinary people wave for hours and hours on end, can you? Because you would look a bit silly, and also I think you'd have real problems with your arm. So I think the royals sort of invented the little, as though they're stirring a teaspoon in a cup of tea wave.
Yes. I'd say if you're waving properly, you look like you're on Blankety Blank.
Well, you...
Doing the super match gate.
That's right, yeah. Do you remember Blankety Blank? Yeah. Manically waving.
It's interesting, I love all that. Just got to say a quick hello to Amanda, because it caught my eye, Amanda, because she's saying morning to us. She's listening to us with her phone on my pillow all the way from Yardley Gobian near Milton Keynes. Great way to wake up. Love the show.
It's not very far from you, is it?
I know Yardley Gobian very well.
That's an interesting name, Yardley Gobian.
Yardley Gobian. It's quite Roman, isn't it? There's a lot of Roman stuff around there.
There is, yeah.
Liz Kershaw lives in Yardley Gobian.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. Very nice. It's
so you're listening to us on your phone, on your pillow. I like that.
It's nice.
Good morning to you.
It means you don't have to open your eyes.
That's
excellent. I can appreciate that at this time of day. Do get in touch. We'd love to know where you are today. gbviews@gbnews.uk. But don't go anywhere.
Got the papers coming up.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
6:32, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, on your radio and online.
Right, it's time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, journalist Benedict Spence and broadcaster Nabila Ramdani. And a very good morning. Thank you for joining us so bright and early on a Sunday. Right, let's look at the Northern Ireland elections, Benedict, first of all. You've been looking in The Observer, talking about a seismic Sinn Féin victory.
Yes, I mean, it is pretty momentous that actually you do have a unity union in Ireland, rather, party getting the majority in Northern Ireland. A lot of talk now about potentially there being a referendum in the next few years. I think the main thing for me is not actually so much the size of Sinn Féin, because Sinn Féin coming first doesn't necessarily change anything in Northern Ireland as long as a pro-unionist party comes second. It's the rise of the Alliance Party, which tends to be sort of wanting to put all the history of Northern Ireland behind it and focus on other areas, coming third. It's still only got about sort of 13 and 14% of the vote, but still that's a significant step forward, because actually people talking about there's potentially being a referendum, this and the other different sort of changes, none of it actually matters, in my opinion, certainly, until actually you get a party in the top two that isn't either pro-unionist or pro-Irish Union. Because ultimately, the political situation in Northern Ireland is meant to function that way, with, the DUP on the one side and Sinn Féin on the other, basically. They're supposed to sort of counteract each other. So, as things currently stand, nothing has actually changed that much, except that now Sinn Féin are obviously in the ascendancy. But were there to be a referendum, I suspect it would be... There couldn't be right now. No.
Because there has to be a government to debate a referendum.
That's why nothing has actually changed just yet.
It looks like it's going to be a paralysed government, because obviously the DUP is going to make everything possible to stop the Sinn Féin from having a sitting government, and they're going to make sure that they've already made it clear that they didn't want to be involved in any power sharing until some of the major issues have been resolved, not least of all the Northern Ireland Protocol and the rest of it. So it looks like they might have to go to the polls again in a few months' time.
Maybe. It's interesting because Annie's been in touch. Morning to you, Annie, and shedding a bit of light on this. Sinn Féin didn't win. The Unionists lost it because there are three main Unionist parties, the DUP, the UUP, the Ulster Unionists, and the TUV, and they made the fatal mistake of not working together. If they'd had the sense to work together, the Unionists would still hold power in Stormont.
I also think it's quite important to note that Sinn Féin did not massively campaign on the idea of Irish unity. They talked about things like housing, things like jobs. They very specifically didn't go down that line, and it's only now that they've got the win that everybody's saying there could be a referendum sort of in the next few years.
But that would be like voting for the SNP and thinking, well, they haven't talked about a devolved Scotland.
True, but I think
it
was about getting votes away from, say, a party like the Alliance Party, trying to get young people who might vote for that party to actually put Sinn Féin on their ballot rather than going for the upcoming party.
But it does still signifies a massive change in Northern Ireland politics, because we effectively now have two key parts of the Union, Scotland and indeed Northern Ireland, who are effectively run by parties who want to break up with the United Kingdom. So that's that's an incredible thought for British politics, and we are contemplating nothing less than the breakup of the UK, potentially.
Meanwhile, in the Sunday Times, Nabila, they're also, because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which is something else to get your head around. It's also very complicated. They're saying it's reawakened Brexit tensions.
Yes, I mean, the Northern Ireland Protocol has always been a fiendishly complicated issue associated with Brexit, and it needs to be sorted out sooner rather than later. And now we're effectively hearing from the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, who's issued yet again a warning to Brussels, asking the EU Commission to fix the Northern Ireland Protocol, or she warns it might jeopardise the peace process, especially after Sinn Féin's victory, and she warns about political instability. And so what she's effectively doing, typically she's blaming the EU for Brexit difficulties, including the failure to clarify effectively the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Well, certainly it needs clarification, doesn't it? How many people understand it? Richard has got in touch. Hi, Richard. The Irish election result is largely due to the failure of Boris to tear up the Northern Ireland Protocol, or at least trigger Article 16. And so the controversy rumbles on.
It does. I mean, ultimately, again, this is why I don't really think that a referendum is anywhere near on the cards, as much as anything else, because it wouldn't just be about Irish unity, it would also be about Brexit all over again, which, you know, I don't want to say that people are sick and tired of Brexit, but really, is that what you want to do? You want to have the nationalist issue and the Brexit issue?
People are probably sick and tired of talking about
Brexit.
Look, can we have a look at the Mail on Sunday? I really want to look at the Mail on Sunday because they've got this exclusive over Beergate with Keir Starmer. I mean, every excuse the Labour Party has given as to why the event with Keir and a curry and a beer was...
Oh, that's a good song.
There you go. Was not breaking the rules. Has been blown out the water, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's incredibly embarrassing for the Labour Party, especially, I suppose, given that for a very long time Lisa Nandy was sort of going around senior members of the Labour Party saying we might want to downplay this a little bit because it might come back to bite us, the way that we're pushing Partygate so much, and lo and behold, it has really come back to bite them. I mean, I suppose... the key thing really is we're talking now about hypocrisy because Keir Starmer has said that the Prime Minister ought to resign because he was the one that broke the law.
Let's just tell our viewers and listeners actually what is in this memo,
yes. So
because it's a Labour Party memo.
Yes, this is a memo that said that the meal that they had was scheduled, it wasn't sort of impromptu, and that there was no work that was going to happen afterwards. It just says meeting ends. And that's the idea, therefore, that this wasn't some sort of working thing that they were doing on the hoof. It was actually planned that they were all going to have a sit-down meal, and that would have broken the rules.
So that breaks the rules?
Yeah, that does break the rules. I mean...
And Angela Rayner and Keir Starmer were named in that memo.
Yes, there was...
They are going to be there, there will be a curry, there will be...
Basically, this is the idea, that the meal was planned, that they were both there, that was planned, and that at every stage the suggestion that this was just... it was working because it was an election, and that it was, you know, fundamentally it was work-related and that it was necessary in order to get the work done, that was not the case, that it was a social event.
They were just grabbing a bit of food while they worked.
Yeah, and I suppose, really, it is embarrassing because, as we've touched upon, Keir Starmer has been very consistent saying that the Prime Minister, if he's broken his own rules, he should resign. But I would say that the one thing that's probably the saving grace for Keir Starmer right now is it's entirely set up as the fact that the Prime Minister is the one that set the rules in place and lied and didn't resign. So for as long as that remains the case, as much as it doesn't do him any favours and nobody thinks any better of him, Keir Starmer will be able to sort of grimly hang on and say, well, the Prime Minister
he supported those moves in the House of Commons.
He did, but he didn't actually put them in place, and that would be the
case. If you're going to attack a government over hypocrisy and lies, then you need to be squeaky clean about yourself, and clearly Keir Starmer is struggling about that.
I mean, this is the issue, though, isn't it? Because a lot of people, a lot of our viewers particularly, were saying the Prime Minister should not resign over Partygate. You know, it's a nonsense. Now, you may agree with that, you may disagree with that.
But the irony...
But the irony here, this isn't about Beergate, is it? It's about the hypocrisy of Beergate.
Absolutely, and more specifically, Keir Starmer has been acting like a high-powered lawyer over the past few weeks, building a case against Boris Johnson and indeed prosecuting a case with so much enthusiasm, even going as far as calling for the Prime Minister to resign, that effectively the whole case is collapsing and the whole thing is turning against him. And there are even voices in his own party, including Diana, but apparently, who's already calling for him to resign. So whatever the outcome of the police investigation into Beergate is, this is already hugely embarrassing for Keir Starmer, and it would be very difficult for him to remain the leader of the Labour Party and dare I say, the Labour Prime Minister, potentially.
Do you think that could happen, that he could be unseated now? I mean, it'd be difficult because the deputy is also on this.
Well, that's the key thing, is that the person that people like Diane Abbott would really quite like to replace him with is also banged to rights if that were to be found to be the case. Ultimately, look, I'm of the opinion that the Prime Minister ought to resign and that Keir Starmer, if he's found guilty, should probably do it as well. But I suspect nothing much will come of it. It's just another shabby episode in a very long series of shabby episodes.
I want to talk to a Labour MP because I just want them to say to me, well, we need to wait for the results of the investigation, which is not what Keir Starmer said, what called for Boris to go, just because there was an investigation.
Precisely, and I think what people hate above anything else is the hypocrisy. They can accept the offence, but the cover-up and the way they're going on about it is what compounds the hypocrisy, I think.
Oh, dear me, I don't know.
What will happen next? I don't know. You've got Northern Ireland government refusing to work with each other, so it looks as though nothing's going to happen there. As you said, a paralysed government.
And maybe that'll be the thing. We'll find out that the senior members of Sinn Féin were at a party at the same time, and maybe that'll cause a scandal.
Oh, I can't bear it. That would just be...
too much.
Far too much. Can I ask you about whether either of you are owners of Jack Russell Terriers?
No, I'm not an owner of a specific
No, I'm not a doggy person.
Have you seen the story about the SAS recruiting Jack Russell dogs?
On the front page of the Star, yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
no, but apparently it's true. It quotes the SAS, saying that, yes, indeed, they have lots of other dogs working for them, but they are actively recruiting now Jack Russells because they're little, they run like the very what's-it. They are incredible. They're very, very quick learners, and they're going to use them in Ukraine.
One thing I found, I can't remember what television show it was, but I discovered that in parts of Cambodia and Southeast Asia, they train rats to detect bombs. Because apparently, rats are very good at smelling things, and that they train them, and they can live for a very long time, these rats. And they're actually, because they're very lightweight, they can sort of go over landmines and stuff and not trigger them, but they're very good at finding things like that.
And ferrets, don't they? They use ferrets.
Expression, I smell a rat.
Yeah. Well, the rat smells you.
Rats are actually very intelligent, aren't they? But also, we've used intelligent animals before, because we've also used dolphins, didn't we?
Yes.
The Americans used dolphins, I think, at some point.
And we were talking about the 70th anniversary of VE Day, and we used pigeons a lot in the war, apparently, as well. And some pigeons got medals.
Wouldn't want to pin it on, would you?
No, not really. But apparently some pigeons did remarkable work during the war.
Yeah.
Both World Wars.
Couriers, yeah.
Cats are too intelligent to get wrapped up in that kind of thing. That's why I was surprised to hear that one had been awarded with a medal.
Yeah, well, if I remember correctly from some documentary I heard about Simon from HMS Amethyst, I think he survived. There was like 3 or 4 attacks on Amethyst and almost sinking, all the rest of it, and he sort of kept the whole crew sort of buoyant, not literally, because he'd survived and kept turning up.
Oh. Well, I know they don't give away those doggy, catty medals easily at all. It's run, apparently, the Dickon Medal, it's called, and they talk about it as the sort of animal equivalent of the Victoria Cross. And there have been some amazing stories, but it's the PDSA that runs it. So they wouldn't just give it to any old cat or dog. I think there has to be some pretty remarkable story behind it. So I just want to know, if you're the owner of a Jack Russell Terrier, what is it like? Are they really highly intelligent? I don't know any Jack Russells, but are they highly intelligent? Do they run fast? Can they go absolutely anywhere and be really useful?
No, they look beautiful. They look beautiful.
They do.
Quick look, Nabila, at the Royal Rumble, because I think this will get a lot of people quite pleased that the Netflix crew are going to be banned from the Jubilee.
Yes, indeed. That's a Sun story. Notflix goes the headline.
It's a very good headline.
Very good headline. Apparently, palace minders will stop any Harry and Meghan Netflix crew if they try to film inside royal events at the Platinum Jubilee. So this is actually a very comical story, because Harry is pretty much permanently, dare I say, attached to a Netflix camera crew nowadays, and he tries to fulfill a contract with Netflix. But he keeps wandering off to speak to American rivals to Netflix. So, this will reinforce the view that he's not actually the big celebrity that he thinks he is. And, they're quoting some figures linked to his Netflix contract going as high as 112 million or something like that. I don't actually believe those figures, because like any celebrity, you earn that money when and if you actually deliver. So I think it's, we get a bit carried away by all these figures that being thrown at us.
But certainly when Meghan and Harry came to visit the Queen very briefly a couple of weeks ago, there was allegedly, a Netflix crew following them. Obviously couldn't go inside the castle, but they were following them elsewhere. So it suggested that little visit will be part of the narrative of the documentary.
The problem is, it doesn't matter what Netflix documentary they ever make, it'll never be as entertaining as when Spitting Image used to do their pastiches of the royal family behind the scenes. Nothing will ever top that, so why would you bother to tune in for whatever it is Netflix comes?
But they're clearly going to be
showing your age.
They're clearly going to be all kinds of tensions when they come to Britain, and this is an obvious one. I mean, remember, this is a couple who appeared on international television, were making all kinds of. No, sorry.
That'll sell a few tickets. That'll sell a few tickets. I've just got to say, if they're earning £112 million, he should sort his hair out.
Yeah.
Because he isn't half going bald on top.
And there are all sorts of odd pictures of him with his shirt half off in the newspapers too today. I don't know what he was up to.
But isn't that interesting that they were, as I was going to say, they were making all kinds of very disturbing accusations against the royal family, and yet they will be back within the family again. That sounds a bit odd.
Their behaviour has been a bit contrary, isn't it?
Well, it just shows that the unique selling point, if I may put it in commercial terms, because they seem to be obsessed by that, is their link with the royal family. And when that's gone, when they effectively stepped away, then it shows that they have not much to offer, dare I say.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We will see. They might be the biggest hit on Netflix they've ever seen. Or it may not.
Or canned again.
Yeah, well, possibly. Nabila, Benedict, thank you both.
Thank you.
See you later.
So shall we bring you up to date with the headlines? The Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules last year, saying he is confident no rules were broken. But the Mail on Sunday has published a leaked memo which appears to suggest the beer and curry event attended by Sir Keir Starmer was pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and elderly have been rescued from the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation will now focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The UK has confirmed a further £1.3 billion of military support for Ukraine. The Prime Minister will meet other G7 leaders and President Zelensky virtually today to discuss Ukraine's long-term future.
Sorry, and I actually just want to start. Priti Patel, your racist policies are killing people.
Well, the Home Office is reviewing security after protesters heckled Priti Patel at the Tory spring dinner in Nottinghamshire. 7 people from the Green New Deal Rising group brought tickets to the event and then criticised government plans to send migrants to Rwanda.
Good morning to you if you've just joined us and you're watching. Sue, hello Sue, is watching us from a riverboat. She says we're cruising on the Danube. We're in Bratislava today and Budapest tomorrow. We're watching you on the app. Great to see you this morning.
I bet pound to a penny that's a Viking cruise.
I wonder if it is. Well, there are lots of other river cruises as well. But
They do a Budapest to Bucharest, don't they?
Oh,
because I was going to go on it actually.
I bet
and then
that's
I had
gorgeous.
to cancel because of the pandemic. It all got biffed.
Yeah. I am required to say other cruises are available.
Yes. James, no, Valerie. I want to go Valerie because it's the Milton Keynes Massive this morning. Valerie would like to say she watches the programme every morning and you love it. Thank you. She lives in Tattenhoe in Milton Keynes.
And you know that as well?
I know Tattenhoe very well. It's just down the road from where I live, not far at all.
Lee says, good morning, Alan and Stephen. I love watching the show and have some good news to share with you.
Ooh.
Me and my partner found out we are pregnant with child number 6.
6?
Now due in December.
Oh, congratulations.
Well done. Hey, wow, one better than me. I also landed a new job at the Eden Project, meaning as of next week I get each Sunday off and I'm able to stay with you guys all the way through until 10 a.m. as of next Sunday. Life couldn't be better. Have an amazing weekend. The sun is shining here in Cornwall.
Oh, well, congratulations to you and yours, Lee.
I've never been to the Eden Project. That's
no,
another place.
I haven't. I'd love to go.
Yeah, absolutely, love to.
Looks amazing.
Yes, it does. And in today's sunshine, I bet it's gorgeous.
Well, when you get your feet under the table there, Lee, get it back. We'll come and visit.
Oh, look, Nigel says.
Oh, Nigel, hello.
Well done again for airing VE Day. Hardly any channels are. We're having a VE Day party in my garden today in South East London. I'll be putting flags, bunting, memorabilia out soon. Music from the 1940s will be played via iPod into my converted 1930s Marconi radio. 7 hours worth.
A Marconi.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
It's nice, yes,
nice.
on VE Day.
Is it made
in Europe.
Is it made of Bakelite?
I bet it probably is if it's a 1930s Marconi.
Oh, lovely, classy. Have a
wonderful
day.
time. Yeah, that sounds
fabulous.
fantastic. Brilliant. We want a picture tomorrow.
Now, some universities in the UK are planning to lower entry requirements to help poorer students access higher education.
Yes, it's Manchester, York and Lancaster unis, and they're all taking action spurred on by the cost of living crisis.
Let's talk to education expert Anis Garfield. Morning to you, Anis. Good to see you.
Morning.
What on earth has reducing the entry requirements got to do with helping poorer students?
I don't know how they work it out. God, I can see my silly face looking at me. Can't you turn it off?
Oh, you're on the telly.
I know I am, but I don't want to look at myself. I want to look at you, please, Stephen and Anne.
There you go.
That's better.
Ah, that's better.
Slightly better. I still got myself. I suppose because a university course is expensive, there are the fees to pay. That is the idea behind it. But what about our standards of academic excellence? And would you not consider it patronising to be singled out as deserving it? Would either of you consider it patronising if you wanted to go to university? And do they have these candidates?
I think it's patronising to assume that those who come from a poorer background are not clever enough to get good grades.
It's not, they're not considered not clever enough, they're considered not prepared well enough. And I think the better solution might be to give them booster courses to up their grades rather than let them in with lower grades so that they know they've been let in with lower grades. What do you think?
I don't know. Isn't it a bit of a... I mean, you could conclude that what the government is therefore saying, or the universities are saying, is that children, youngsters from what we used to call, badly, bog-standard schools, just never do as well as others. In other words, our standard of education simply isn't good enough.
Well, I'm afraid that is the case. We must... we have wonderful teachers and they do a very good job, but perhaps some of our pupils in what you hesitatingly call bog standard schools, perhaps they need more help. And I would much prefer to see them help before they got to university. There I am back again. Can't you switch me off again? Than patronise. But perhaps you don't think it is patronising. You said you didn't.
No, I think it is quite patronising, actually. But I do think it's very odd that they've framed this around partly wanting to deal with the cost of living crisis. It's how they've framed it slightly. And saying
I didn't see that. I only read the Times article, which I was referred to by you.
It's aimed partly at like long-term strategies to deal with the cost of living crisis. But again, unless they're going to pay for the education, pay for the tuition fees, I don't see how it's helping at all.
Well, they are going to. That's exactly what they are going to do. So then you'll be discriminating and they'll be paid for and the others will be paying for themselves. How do you handle that? And I'm very worried, as our excellent education minister, if I can pronounce his name, Nadhim Zahawi.
Yeah.
Roughly right.
Yes.
He is worried about our we're renowned in this country, aren't we, for our universities, our good academic standards. And do all these candidates want to go to university?
That's a whole other subject, isn't it? Should we be trying to force so many youngsters into university?
I think there are so many people at Sorry.
We are out of time, Anis, I'm afraid, but it's been really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. We'll get your face off the TV now, so you don't have to worry.
There you go.
There you go. Really good to
Thank
talk
you for
to you this
joining
morning.
us, yeah.
It is interesting. Patronising.
Yes.
Is it patronising?
Well, if you lower the standards of any academic requirement, it is sort of patronising, isn't it? And does it really help the ones you want to help?
Yeah.
There ought to be a better way, surely.
Let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Stay with us, though. We've got plenty more to come and all the stories that matter to you. So do get in touch. We'll go through a lot of your views as well as all the top stories in just a moment.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells, a little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 8th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online. And if you are watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It's absolutely free.
So coming up this morning, Sinn Féin has become the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time after an historic election. We'll get the latest from Belfast.
UK health officials say they're no closer to finding the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children. There have been more than 160 so far in the UK, 11 children needing liver transplants.
And have Manchester City just been given a chance to secure the Premier League title? We'll have Aidan McGee and former West Brom player Simon Cox to take us through yesterday's apparently historic, I will learn, Premier League results.
Fabulous. Quite something, you know.
You get that, do you? Yeah. Oh, he doesn't.
I'm getting the vibe, ladies and gents. I'm getting the vibe. Look, we really want to hear from you. We keep saying we're the People's Channel. That's because what we do is driven by you. Yeah. And we'd love to know what you think, but also what you're doing, where you are, anything at all. It's the best part of our day is hearing from you. So get in touch, gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
We've been talking this morning about amazing dogs because the SAS, according to the front page of The Star, which I have to say I usually raise an eyebrow at anything on the front page of The Star, but it says who gurs wins. And it says the SAS is actively now recruiting Jack Russell Terriers to work in their dog units. And they're going to be taken out to Ukraine because they're apparently incredibly easy to train. They're very intelligent. They run really fast. And because they're small, they can get in anywhere. And they're going to use them in Ukraine to sniff out bombs and human beings in the wreckage that's been left behind in Ukraine. So they could play a really active part.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. If you're in SAS and you want to get in touch, you can tell us about it. We can always keep you confidential and
could tell
anonymous.
us, yes.
Let us know if you are. They are intelligent because Gemma's been in touch. Morning to you, Gemma.
Hi.
She says, unfortunately, we lost our beautiful boy Jack last year, but I can confirm it's very true that they're extremely intelligent, fast and very loyal. They also love having a job to do.
They do.
Well.
Yes,
now,
that's very true. And we've got somebody else, Sarah, I think, getting in touch. Here is our Jack Russell, smart and feisty and lovable. His name is Mr. Beasley. That's a good name.
Sweet. And what a beautiful dog it is if you're on the radio.
It's a Jack Russell.
It's a Jack Russell, but you're going to have to get on the app or YouTube and have a little rewind and see. It's beautiful. I tell you what as well, and because I keep going on about, when I get emails like this, I keep going on about it because it's so important to us. It's from James. It says, love the show and both of you make it so entertaining and inclusive.
Oh,
Makes you feel part of the GB News family.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's what
lovely.
we're all about.
It is.
So thank you, James, and we're glad to be part of your family.
Bernard's been in touch. He said, Jack Russells are brilliant little dogs, loving, friendly, very intelligent. They do run fast. Ooh. But every now and again they have a bit of a mad moment and they just run around the room, up the stairs, over the bed, down the stairs, around the garden, and then they drop panting heavily. They're good rabbiters and ratters.
Oh.
And I guess it's those sort of instincts that the SAS are after because they're good to train and they can go into these places. And of course, dogs' noses are incredible. They can sniff out anything from bombs to people.
I mean, do you know, though, isn't it interesting that you look at a headline like that, and as you say, you can almost be a little bit suspicious, but then look at guide dogs.
Yes.
You know, which, the training goes into a guide dog. It's phenomenal, but the work they do...
Apparently, the SAS already use a dog that looks a bit like an Alsatian, but they're called...
What's that one say?
Malinois.
Malinois.
Malinois? They look a bit like an Alsatian. Apparently, they are very, very good as well. They're easy to train and they respond in the ways that somebody like the SAS would want them to. But of course, they are very big dogs. And what the SAS have realised now is they want small dogs like Jack Russells as well.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this is true, Kevin. But it says, Kevin has said in his memoirs, Field Marshal Montgomery recounts the story from World War I, when a soldier was tasked with carrying a pigeon around on a mission. In due course, the bird fluttered into its loft amidst considerable excitement, and the message was decoded. It read, I'm sick and tired of carrying this bloody bird around Northern Ireland. You can have it back. I don't know if that's true.
I bet it is,
well,
because the pigeons were used. And we were talking earlier about the fact that it's not just dogs that are used. I know that they use it in Afghanistan to do something with the IEDs. They did use ferrets as well because they can go underground, and apparently some of the wiring was underground. Keith said, when I was young, our next-door neighbours had a Jack Russell. We used to play football with him, but when he got the ball, he used to dribble rings around us and we couldn't get the ball off him. Pigeons, he says, the Americans trained them during World War II to fly... No. To fly into an aircraft. Laden with explosives. I kid you not, he said. We'll have to double-check on that. That sounds interesting.
Oh, I don't know, Keith, if you're pulling our leg with that one.
Well, I don't know.
Because he says to fly aircraft.
To fly aircraft. No, you mean to fly into aircraft.
Yes.
Like suicide pilots, in a way, or something.
Sort of fly into the engines or something.
And Pat says, my first dog was a Jack Russell, and he would always bark and run in and out of the house to let my mum know if it was raining, if she had any washing outside.
Oh, I've seen her.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's what a lovely domestic dog should do.
Is yours Molly?
Molly.
Yeah. Molly. So you need to get
how do I say that? It's Ellie.
Ellie.
Yeah, sorry. I just agree with him.
Sorry.
It's my default.
Sorry, Ellie, if you're watching. You need to get her trained up.
Yeah, she doesn't respond in any way to that sort of thing.
Doesn't she?
No. Sit is just about as far as we get. And stay, we're learning stay, but it's taken 4 years.
Oh, right.
I'm just not a good enough trainer. I think she would respond to a better trainer. But you have to be quite firm to train a
I'm
dog.
not very good at being firm.
No.
Not very, no.
Well, you've got a cat who just does what he wants to do,
Does
I
what he
presume.
wants. Yeah, he does absolutely what he wants. But last night he keeps wanting to get under the duvet. So he wakes you up, and you're under the duvet, and then he circles about, and then gets back out again. And then 10 minutes later, he does the under the duvet. So keeps him happy.
I tell you what, we caused some controversy several weeks ago now when I said I wouldn't allow Ailey on the bed.
Oh, yes.
I did in the end get one of those foam steps, big bit of foam,
Did you?
so that she could come up on the bed when she wanted to. But you can see she sort of sits there now because she's got the choice. She sits there now thinking, it's too much to climb. Because she's only about that high, about a foot high herself, and, the bed is a good 3 foot high, so you can see occasionally when she feels like it, she will. But most of the time she thinks, no, it's easier to go underneath. So she sleeps underneath where my pillow is, so I can hear her snoring all night.
Oh, it's
charming.
I bet you love it, though. I bet you love it.
Oh, I do love her.
Just an interesting one from Stephen Doreen on the East Coast Riviera again. Morning, you two. About Beergate.
Oh, yes.
Now, this is an interesting one. They say, just wondered what impact Beergate would have had on local elections if police had done their jobs more speedily rather than wait until after the elections to release news of the investigations. Don't know, but I also don't know if because there's something called PERDA around elections where you've got to be very careful what information is released. Journalists follow PERDA,
Yes.
and actually the armed forces do, and all these sort of things.
And I think the police do as well, so as not to artificially influence the outcome of an election, I suppose.
Because it was an investigation and not a conclusion that they've come to. I don't know if it is linked to PERDA, but it might be. I don't know. Possibly. So that might be the answer. But it does seem a little bit.
Oh, pass me the
unfair.
Sunday Times. It's just I find things that big weddings are back.
Oh,
it says.
big wedding.
Yeah. Shall I do a bit of research on this?
Oh, yeah, go on.
All right, well, we'll find out more in a minute.
Oh, right, OK.
Well, you know what it's like when you get the Sunday papers? There's so many bits of them, you think it's going to be in there, and it's probably not. It's in one of the supplement bits. But I will find out why big weddings are back. Because when you think of it, we're going into June, very soon, and people do spend astonishing amounts, stonking amounts of money on weddings.
But it's so expensive.
Why do you do it? Why don't you just use the money instead for a sort of deposit for a house or something?
I talked to a wedding planner about 18 months ago who said, on another show, oh, well, people, no, they want to get back to it because people really want a party. But you don't get married to have a party, do you?
I had an argument with a taxi driver about this because he said he was saving up for his wedding. He and his girlfriend were getting married. And I said, how much are you spending? He said, 20 grand on a wedding. And I said, why don't you use the money on a deposit on a house? And he said, well, yes, it would be a good idea, but you want the lovely day, don't you?
Well, 20 grand doesn't get you very much.
No, I know.
In a wedding. That's the thing now.
But it is a deposit on a house or a flat, or it's part of a deposit. We were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? Yeah. Getting a decent mortgage nowadays and how much you're meant to afford for a deposit. Well, 20 grand wouldn't half help.
Yeah.
So if you're planning a big wedding this summer, you've already spent probably half the money by now. I'd love to hear about it. Are big weddings coming back?
Can you get one for less than 50 grand?
What?
A big wedding? Yeah, I should think so.
How big is yours?
I have a very...
Financially speaking.
I have a small... It's 50 people.
I thought you were going to say 50p.
No.
Thought that's mean.
50 people.
Right.
20 grand.
20 grand. Gosh.
And it's things like the flowers. We've got 6 bunches of flowers for the tables. Now, they're big bunches, but 6... Very nearly £2,000. Wow. And it's like, well, what do? You either pay it or you don't have the flowers.
You go to Tesco and get a great load of daffs. Plonk them in a thing. No, I'm sorry.
It's a lot of money. It is a lot of... And I mean, I'm astounded at how much it's costing.
I got married in Sydney, Australia.
Did you?
Yeah. And we went to what was the very famous fish and chip shop on Sydney Harbour? That's where we went for our wedding lunch. Can't remember the name of it. It's a very fair... Anyone watching in Australia, please? Who's our lovely Australian viewers?
Aussie Beth.
Aussie Beth. If you're listening now, it was Doyle's, was it? The very famous fish and chip restaurant, actually on the
wedding
harbour.
Breakfast?
Yeah, wedding breakfast.
Bag of chips.
Oh, it was... Well, it wasn't a bag. I mean, it was quite a posh fish and chip restaurant. It's very famous. It was world famous at the time. It's actually by the Opera House and absolutely gorgeous.
Oh,
But yeah.
I'm surprised at you. I thought you'd want a... Oh, well.
Married in the garden.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I'm going to make no comments.
No,
to
don't make any other comments.
Anyway.
It lasted long enough.
We've chit-chatted on for 12
We
minutes.
have. I'm sorry about that.
Well, we had a nice time. I hope you did too. It is 12 minutes past 7. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. And Sinn Féin's vice president says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin won 27 seats in the election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
The Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he did break lockdown rules last year. He says he's confident no rules were broken, but the Mail on Sunday has today published a leaked memo which appears to suggest that the event attended by Sir Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner was pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and elderly have been rescued from the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation will now focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The Prime Minister says he'll deliver a Super 7 of Brexit bills in the Queen's speech, cutting red tape inherited from the EU. That's his words. Boris Johnson told the Sunday Express the new laws range from data reform to financial services, allowing Britain to thrive, in his words, as a modern, dynamic and independent country.
Now, a neuroscientist is warning that parents risk alienating teenagers by asking them to tidy their rooms and questioning why they treat the house like a hotel. I've heard that a few times.
I've heard that a few times. I've had it said to me, and I've said it to mine. Anyway, they're instead suggesting that parents try to see things from the youngster's point of view instead. Psychologist Jo Hemmings joins us now. Hello, Jo. I bet you've probably heard that as well. You know, why do you treat this place like a hotel?
Yes. Good morning, both. Well, I certainly did it with both of my boys. It's been done forever. People, you know, it's about respect and teaching them a few life skills. And I do think parents should see things from their child's perspective. It's very important to understand empathetically how a child is feeling. However, to ask them not to tidy their room or to ask them not to be on the phone, I mean, we need to deconstruct this. It's not alienating children. This is simply asking your children in your home, teenage children normally, to be respectful. Because what happens if they don't tidy their room is that you tidy it. Usually the mum, but might be the dad. Someone else has to tidy it. So that's quite an important lesson for them to learn, that if it's, you know, that they need to tidy it, because moving forward into adult life, this is a responsibility they have to take. So I'm afraid I don't see the word alienation coming into it.
No, I mean, you can't just let kids do whatever they want, can you? Because, I mean, ultimately, if they grow up in a tip, they're going to end up being adults living in a tip.
And I think that's what parents think. It's not just about the room in their house. It's, as I say, life skills. It's something they need moving forward when they go to college or when they live on their own. And as you say, if you don't, I think one of the suggestions that was made was, if you tidy your room, I'll give you something nice. Or if you don't sleep past midday, I'll prepare your favourite meal. I mean, this is all acquiescing into a child's world and doing it by their rules. And that's just wrong on so many levels, that it has to be the parent, it has to be the parent. They are the ones who are teaching their children, not the other way around. You can still be empathetic, but otherwise, you say, kids will be simply living in a permanent tip.
Something like this before, haven't we, with experts telling us that, particularly, again, with teenagers, their body clock is different from ours, and so they need to sleep in the morning and get up late. But nevertheless, you're not teaching them how to live in the modern world if you just give in to them all the time, are you?
No, and I do think it's fair enough. Look, if they've got to get up for school or whatever, you need to make sure they get up on time. At a weekend, let them sleep a couple of hours longer. They do have a different body clock. There's lots of changes, hormonal changes going on during puberty and adolescence that probably do require them. Growth spurts where they do need more sleep. And that's okay. So I think there's a bit of give and take here. However, the key thing is that it's not a child-centric perspective. It's a parent empathizing with their child perspective, but nevertheless, they are the ones that are creating the environment, if you like, the situation for them to grow up in, which are the skills that they will take forward with them in life. So to not do it seems more alienating in some ways, because it might work short term, but in the long term, these kids won't have any idea how life should work and what they should be doing about it.
Yeah.
And maybe a parent shouldn't be a friend anyway. A parent has to parent.
Be a parent, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's very key. I think you can be their friend as well, but your main role, your primary role, is that of a parent encouraging your child to be independent somewhere down the line. And part of being independent is learning how to live. So if you abandon that, then I think you're not doing your child any favours at all.
That's a very good point. Jo Hemmings, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and you too. Thank you so much.
My parents have become my friends.
Yes.
As I was older.
Well, it's because you've grown up proper, isn't it?
Yeah. But, they were,
When you were a youngster.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I went out for lunch with a friend of mine. She's got two this week. She's got two girls, a bit older now, and a teenage boy. Mm-hmm. She's never dealt with a teenage boy before. The smell. She cannot believe... He's just hit that growth spurty thing. She can't believe the smell.
It is distinct, I think, yes. And
she's just aghast.
I know. There's nothing I can say without letting my children down, is there?
No, it does
They would hate me if I said anything. But it is a fact.
It does just
It
stink.
is.
The boys stink. I don't know why girls don't stink, but the boys stink. There you go.
Controversial.
You've got any solutions to that? I'll pass them on to my friend Gillian and let her know how to remove the stink from the bedroom.
Yes.
Ugh.
You just have to keep going in and hoovering and spraying and picking things up off the floor. And I mean, having bits of pizza around underneath the bed, it doesn't help.
No.
But there is a distinct growing up smell, I think, about boys,
Yeah. Ugh. Right.
Good morning. What's a lovely subject for a Sunday morning, isn't it?
I don't know what we're doing this morning, but I'm having a good time.
Good.
Aidan McGee is coming up with all your sport in just a couple of minutes, but first, here's the weather.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country, with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells. A little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too. Feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening. Otherwise, a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, on your radio and online. Thank you for being with us this morning. Daniel has been in touch, who says, do we call each other every morning and coordinate?
No, I noticed that. We're both you're wearing purple tie and I'm wearing purple. And I didn't know, we didn't at all, did we?
We never do. It's quite
We're
nice
beginning to get like an old couple. We'll be finishing each other's sentences.
Anyway, talking of old couples, we'll have Stephanie and Aidan on a little bit later. Aidan's here on his own at the minute. Morning.
Morning to you. How you doing? Okay.
Yeah, very well. Because there's big news in sport.
Yeah, pivotal day yesterday in the Premier League. Yesterday it was fancied that Liverpool would beat Tottenham at home, even though Tottenham are no mugs, of course, but they didn't quite manage to do it. But I've got someone with us now to reflect on that. That's the Republic of Ireland, a former Republic of Ireland striker and former West Brom player Simon Cox. Now, Simon, it was a huge chance for Liverpool, with all that talk of the quadruple, to put real pressure on Manchester City today ahead of their match against Newcastle. But quite frankly, they blew it, didn't they?
Yeah, good morning, mate. No, I think Liverpool have probably had a little bit of a hangover of the Villarreal result in midweek. It was never going to be a pushover, the Spurs game, but ultimately I still fancied Liverpool to, especially at home with the atmosphere the way it is at Anfield, I still expected Liverpool to win. I was a bit shocked when Spurs took the lead. But even with sort of 15, 20 minutes to go when Liverpool equalised, I still fancied them to go on and win the game, but it just wasn't to be.
Do you expect City to capitalise today, though? I mean, you mentioned the Champions League and how it affected Liverpool's performance yesterday and the emotional investment there and all the tiredness and all the rest of it, fatigue. But City have had a difficult week themselves, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, nobody could have seen that result in midweek against Real Madrid happening to City, especially that late in the day. But I still fancy them at home against Newcastle today. It's in City's hands, so all they need to do is bounce back, and if they do, then it puts real pressure back on Liverpool. But I still fancy City today.
An excellent performance as well by Tottenham, we shouldn't forget. A decent point at Anfield. It's a very difficult place to go, but ultimately a point not much use to them, and it's probably opened the door to their great rivals Arsenal today at home to Leeds.
Yeah, obviously if Arsenal could capitalise on the Spurs game yesterday, then it puts them in the driving seat for the top four. So, but like you said, you can't discredit the defensive display of Spurs yesterday. But Arsenal now in the driving seat for top four.
I want to ask you about Chelsea as well, because nobody really mentioned them as part of the conversation in terms of dropping out of the top four. We always assumed that with all their calibre and their management, even with the problems that have gone on off the pitch, they would hold on to their top four place. They're not looking quite as secure, though, now. They surrendered a 2-goal lead at home to Wolves yesterday, late on.
Yeah, I mean, we probably thought it was a foregone conclusion that they would be in the top four, but just looking at the table now, and they're only 4 points away from Arsenal. Obviously, Arsenal play today, so that could go down to 1. So they're looking a little bit precarious in that position, but I still fancy them to make the top 4. But squandering a 2-goal lead at home is never a nice feeling.
And what about Arsenal, though? I mean, they've had a few opportunities this season to really press home their advantage when the door's been left open for them. I mean, do you fancy them to capitalise against Leeds today? Leeds plenty to play for themselves, as we'll touch on in a minute.
Yeah, listen, I think the boost of Mikel Arteta signing a new contract obviously will give them that little bit of impetus going into the final few games of the season. And what better way to start at home today against Leeds?
Looking at the bottom today, all the conversation has been around a straight tussle between Everton and Burnley. Leeds looking precarious as well. How do you see things shaping up at the bottom as we close down into the final weeks of the season?
Yeah, I actually tipped Leeds to go down just before Christmas. I thought that under Bielsa, I think they'd become stagnated. I thought that they just needed a new voice coming in, and it took so long for them to change the manager and now appoint Jesse Marsch. I don't think they'll have enough, I'll be honest. I think that the know-how of Burnley and the know-how of Everton at the bottom will be significant. I just think Leeds have got too many big games to come that I think they'll fall short, in all honesty.
And just finally, quickly, Simon, a word on Watford, relegated yesterday, 6 wins all season. Even under the experience of Roy Hodgson, they never looked convincing all season, did they, even under their previous 2 managers?
No, not really. And it's a shame. It's Roy Hodgson I know really well. Obviously had him at West Brom myself, and it's his first ever relegation from the Premier League. So obviously devastating for him. But Watford sort of find themselves in that little gap where you've got a couple of teams, like West Brom were one of those teams where they went up and down a couple of seasons. Fulham are that sort of team, Norwich are that sort of team. So they just need to find that balance of whether they have a really good go at staying in the Premier League when they get back in there. And they will get back in there. They've got decent owners, and they'll spend the money, and they're a decent Championship side, but they're just not that well equipped for the Premier League at the minute.
Listen, Simon, always great to see you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Huge day again today, Stephen. City have to win against Newcastle to really press home that advantage that Liverpool surrendered last night. We've got the Miami Grand Prix later tonight as well, 8:30, so lots going on. And I'll be here later on to update you.
Oh, yeah, because it's the inaugural Miami Grand Prix.
It is, yeah. And I said yesterday, it's become quite impressive and quite prestigious already, because it's a track like you've never seen. I mean, we had the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, in the paddock yesterday, James Corden as well. I'm not quite putting James Corden on the same level as Michelle Obama, but yeah, it looks like being. I mean, look, you can see the race yesterday. We had the qualifying 2 yesterday. It was a lockout at the front of the grid as well. So
it was pretty bad for Mercedes. Was Lewis Hamilton 6 and for the positions today? Lewis Hamilton on 6 and George, what's his face?
Yeah, George Russell. We spoke about him yesterday, but I did say at the end of last season, it's natural for sportsmen, even elite ones, to have a hangover into the next season when they've had a crushing blow. I mean, we've seen it with various, especially in individual sports like this. I know it's a team sport as well, because obviously you've got the Constructors' Championship, but it looks to be an exciting event. I mean, just the layout of the track and all. I mean, they've got a fake water. I mean, I've never heard of fake water.
Fake water?
I know. I've got to read into and find out what it was, but it's a fake little beach or marina or whatever it is on that little, whatever you call it.
I don't know. To get it built into our set.
I know. Yeah. No, I'll go and find out. I'll see if I can get. I'll go to Tesco's in a minute, see if I can get some fake water.
Fabulous, brilliant stuff.
I use a lot of fake water on model railways and modelling. You use fake water.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a gel. Yeah,
it's incredible because it dries to look like water. It's fantastic.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. You can buy it in Hobbycraft.
That's right. Yeah.
Other shops are available.
I thought you were a railway geek.
Oh yeah, such a geek.
Love it. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch you a little bit later on. OK, stay with us. We've got lots more coming up, including the papers with Nabila Ramdani and Benedict Spence. That's in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes & Co.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.33, morning to you. Listening to a very chatty Stephen Dixon and Diamond this morning.
I don't know what we're on, but we could do with more of it.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Don't forget, we are live on your TV, on your radio, and of course, you can watch us anywhere in the world online. And a lot of people are, so great. It's great to have your company.
Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, though. That's important.
We are the People's Channel, and that means that what you think and say is terribly, terribly important to us. Helps us build the programme.
Yeah, it does. I'll tell you what you might want to be interested in is having a natter through the papers this morning and seeing what Benedict Spence and Nabila Ramdani make of all the key stories. Morning, you two.
Morning.
Because you picked some good ones this time around. The Sunday Telegraph, Benedict, looking at the housing crisis. Now, Michael Gove, who's tasked with sorting a lot of this out, is saying that the housing crisis is costing them votes in the local election. Well, what a great motivation to get something done, then.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't actually think it did cost them votes in the local elections. I think, actually, though, it is something that is costing them votes broadly as every election goes on. I don't think that many people voted on the housing issue. But there was a very good article on the Spectator's website yesterday by an economist called Sam Ashworth-Hayes, who is a natural Conservative, who pointed out that he had voted for Labour because he is under 35, and actually the Conservatives don't offer anything for people like him. His words were that the UK, the Conservative Party, rather, has no agenda other than to tax younger people in order to fund the lifestyles of pensioners. Now, a lot of people might disagree with that, but I do think that it echoes what Michael Gove is saying here, which is that the Conservative Party, after a decade or more in power, has an economy where people are earning less, they're being taxed more, they have less money in their pocket, the cost of living is going up, and all the while the younger generations are becoming less and less likely to vote Conservative because they don't have a stake in society, because they can't afford their own houses. Meanwhile, most of the housing stock is owned, this is not an attack on all pensioners, but it is owned predominantly by what some people call a gerontocracy, which is middle-class people approaching pension age who are living off a portfolio of multiple houses that they rent out to people. And that is a real concern for the Conservative Party, because Michael Gove is right. It does mean that, the natural base, the sort of the middle-class base that the Conservative Party would look to draw its votes from in the future, it's not going to exist in the next few years. It doesn't exist now because, this is something that people have been talking about actually for a very long time, and it's something that still doesn't quite seem to have got through to the Conservatives because they're still not building enough houses, which is why Michael Gove has been made the housing minister. Now, he says that this is what's cost them votes in the short term. I suspect it isn't. I suspect it's because of all the other things. But it will in the long term, and it is something that the Conservative Party, but not just the Conservative Party, because the Labour Party don't exactly have particularly good policies on this, and Lib Dem councils and Green councils are the biggest obstacles when it comes to building new houses. The local councils are the ones that say, no, we don't want the houses built here.
I do feel that it's part of the wider issues, though, that they've been effectively punished for overlooking. And, They have a lot to worry about, dare I say, this governing Tory party. I mean, sure enough, Partygate was part of the mix and part of the reasons why they've been a bit told off, as it were, or slapped on the hand at the voting. But, I mean, we only have to look at Tory flagship councils in London, for example, like Westminster or Wandsworth, where you have the lower council tax bills. Streets are impeccable, clean, and the services are running very smoothly.
But houses are still too expensive to buy, aren't they?
Yes, but in spite of all these perks, dare I say, which are real ones for central London, voters still decided to send quite a stark message to the government. So they have a lot to worry about, I think.
I wonder about the housing thing, because every year we've heard for decades we need to build 300,000 houses a year, whatever ridiculous figure it is. When are we going to run out of land? You meant to have green and pleasant England. When are we going to run out?
I don't think we're actually anywhere close to running out. I only think about sort of 10 to 15% of the country is currently covered. I mean, you also need to remember that it is possible to build upwards and not just outwards. And that is one of the real irritants, I think, for a lot of people, is that it is possible to build extensions upwards on a lot of existing houses, but the planning permission rules around doing it are absolutely impossible to negotiate. And again, that comes down to local councils saying, no, we don't want it here because it'll bring in more people, it'll put more pressure on our services, it'll affect the value of our houses that we already have, and that is the issue. There is a sort of a bottleneck where you've got lots of people from the bottom pushing up saying we need houses, and a few people who control, have seats on councils or whatever it is, and they say, no, we don't want it. And it is creating society-wide issues that Michael Gove is right, I think, to point out will cause the Conservatives real electoral issues in the future.
There are a lot of houses going up near me, ever such a lot, but they're all posh. They're all really expensive. They're not... What we average was 280. Yeah,
well,
they're well over that.
It's one of the things that you notice in London, which is a slightly separate microcosm, is that for every housing development that goes up, most of them are unaffordable to local people. They're not being built for local people, they're for international speculators to buy because the value will continue to go up because not enough are being built.
But I think, generally speaking, there is no correlation whatsoever between what people earn and the prices of property, as they used to be in the past.
Yes.
You could easily get a property if you a third of your earnings will literally go towards paying for the property. But now it's far more than that.
Yes.
And you have to rely on rich parents or inheritance or something of the sort to get.
And I think they overvalue some of these houses.
Which is hugely unfair for most.
They overvalue them and then say there's help to buy. But there's only help to buy in an overvalued house.
Yeah.
We've got housing completely wrong.
We have got it altogether wrong. It is wrong that we think of it so much, I think, as a sort of a store of value in a very separate way to other things. I think that landlords should be incentivised to sell the properties that they already have, and housing associations and companies should be incentivised and possibly prodded a little bit as well to start building on the land banks that they already have possession of. And I think that is a really key thing.
It's also due to the fact, culturally speaking, I grew up in France and we're not a nation of buyers, contrary to Britain.
Well, can I ask you, what do you do when you retire?
What do you mean?
How do you afford to pay rent? If you're living, because I've never understood this, if you're living in a country where most people rent and they rent for the whole of their lives, what do you do when you don't earn anymore?
Well, it puts you in a very vulnerable position because you basically at the hands of landlords moving you around, and that's not what you want to do.
So you have to have saved or be on some sort of insurance scheme or something?
Yeah.
We don't want to move into that position, do we?
Because, obviously there's a lot of, one of the big things has always been that, you inherit your parents' house or half of it, or whatever it may be. Presumably it really affects inheritance in France.
Well, it does. Culturally, the French are not too bothered about owning the property. It's very much a nation of renters. They rent their places and they're not too bothered about acquiring, their own home, which is a completely different mindset.
Are rents seen as much less? Are they less expensive than they are here? Because here they're almost more than a mortgage payment, aren't they, at your renting price? So you couldn't afford to save if you were paying rent?
Yeah. Well, it's the exact same problem in France. People have difficulty paying their rent. And if you're looking at the market to buy a property, it's even more depressing, not least of all because the quality is not there. You look at very expensive properties, which quite shabby state. So you're not even getting, value for your money, which is even more depressing.
Oh,
I mean, this is the thing, though. We are setting ourselves up for a situation where, if we are all relying on inheritance, a generation will be waiting for the older generation to die. That is an incredibly toxic atmosphere.
For the first time they'll ever be able to
That is
afford
an and at a time when life expectancies are going up.
Yeah. Well.
Because the quality of life is actually a lot better, and the health service is a lot better than it has been in the past.
And the value of
Very
the house,
toxic.
any house that the older person owns, is going to be used up in their care,
Exactly.
in their old age
So there will be
care.
nothing to inherit.
So there's nothing there at all.
Soaks the money out from that, it does.
Come on, Michael Gove, get your finger out and get moving on this and sort something out, please.
Let's have a look at tax, should we, just to cheer us up? This is to do with betting firms.
Yes, indeed. It's the front page of The Observer, which is revealing effectively that betting giants such as Bet365, Paddy Power and Ladbrokes have quietly lobbied the Treasury against a proposed industry crackdown, and they claim that it will cost millions of pounds in lost tax receipts. So they effectively, the betting industry is warning of a very real risk that the taxes of about £3.2 billion a year it hands to the Treasury could be hit by tougher rules for the sector. I mean, to be fair, nobody likes paying excessive taxes, and you know the betting industry is effectively no different. But I think this kind of lobbying is very common actually in Westminster, and you would expect a massively rich industry, and indeed a massively influential industry like the gambling one, to be lobbying extremely hard all the time, especially as they face threats from the anti-gambling lobby. And there's no doubt that the sector, in my view, needs constant regulations, not least of all because it can and it does in fact destroy lives. The gambling, there is gambling problems, and in the end, it's all about perhaps striking a balance about responsible gambling.
Yeah. I've got to say, I've never been a gambler. Never been a gambler because the house always wins, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm too tight. Basically.
Too safe, too clever.
I don't know about clever.
Not a risk taker.
I'm not a risk taker. No, not with stuff like that. Look, we're out of time, but we will see you both a little bit later on.
Yes,
Nabila
please.
and Benedict. Thank you.
Right, let's bring you up to date with the headlines so far. Sinn Féin's Vice President Michelle O'Neill says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin won 27 seats in the election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
The Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules last year. He says he's confident that no rules were broken. The Mail on Sunday has published a leaked memo which appears to suggest the beer and curry event attended by Sir Keir Starmer was pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and the elderly have been rescued from the steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation is now going to focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The governor of Luhansk says 2 people have been killed after Russia bombed a school in a village in Ukraine. 90 people were sheltering at the time of the attack. 60, it's claimed, are still buried under the rubble.
And the Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will deliver what he calls a Super 7 of Brexit bills in the Queen's speech, cutting red tape inherited from the EU, his words. Boris Johnson told the Sunday Express the new laws range from data reform to financial services, allowing Britain, he said, to thrive as a modern, dynamic and independent country. And it's 7:45.
It is. Good morning to you. It is 77 years since Victory in Europe Day, when Winston Churchill announced that the fight against Nazi Germany in Europe was over.
Now, John Roberts served during the conflict, and we were honoured that he wanted to talk to us about his memory of the day. John now works with the Royal British Legion, giving talks about his experiences of the war.
Well, he told us of the excitement when the news broke that the war was finally over.
I was actually in Canada starting my flying training then. It wasn't all that easy in Canada, or that part of Canada, because you had to have what they called a liquor license. You couldn't just go into a bar and drink like we do here. You had to hand over a bit of paper to get a drink. So it was quite difficult to get drunk. But everybody was so excited that goodness knows what happened. Well, you can probably guess that I'm a sailor, and sailors like girls. So what I was looking forward to was getting back to England, to where I had a girlfriend. When the war ended and I was in Canada, there were so many people waiting to come back to England that it was 2 weeks before I could come. So I went down to New York, and I went into Radio City to see television. I'd never seen television before. And I was selected to go behind the screen to be televised so all my friends could see me. So many people died. I think to not remember them is really disgraceful. I'm 98 now, and I flew in the Fleet Air Arm. My engine never stopped, so I never had to bail out. I never had to ditch in the water. I've been very, very lucky, and I was never torpedoed in my ships. The United States stopped supplying Japan with oil, and that was very bad news for Japan. So that's why they attacked the United States. And really, if we go on being too beastly to Putin, I wonder if he will do the same as Hitler and the Japanese. You know, we push them so far that they go to war.
Yeah, it's just incredible, I think, to hear the voices of people who went through all of that. Yeah. It's one of the dangers...
You've been through war before.
Well, yeah, but it's one of the dangers, isn't it, of peacetime, in effect, that you forget, the memory goes, and it means history is more likely to repeat itself.
It does. That's
you
why
need
they keep saying
voices.
those memories have to be kept alive.
Yeah.
Yes, but you'd have to be pretty old nowadays to remember enjoying VE Day, having been through it at all. Yeah. I mean, there may be quite a few people watching at the moment who were very little for VE Day, but to actually have been out dancing in the streets, I think, you know, you have to be the age of the Queen, really.
Yeah, you
have
would.
to be knocking 96.
You would. Look, I've just got I've just had a little map sent through to me this morning by the boss, showing where you are in the country. And you know, you're everywhere this morning. It's really encouraging to see how many people are tuning in and where you are. Particularly the hot spots today of viewers: Manchester, Newcastle, Nottingham, Liverpool, Birmingham, Glasgow, Aberdeen, and Belfast. So thank you, really thank you for watching.
But if you're not in Manchester, Newcastle, Nottingham, Liverpool, Birmingham, Glasgow, Aberdeen and Belfast, we still love you.
Yes, we do.
It's just that those are our hotspots at the moment. But see if you can get a hotspot going somewhere else.
Yeah. Don't forget, get
Tell your neighbours.
Let us know where you are.
Get on your WhatsApp groups.
You got a cause of competition last week, didn't it? Do you remember?
That's
so
right.
People getting in touch. So get in touch today. gbviews@gbnews.uk and let us know where you are, and we'll give you a little nod.
Now, there's a lot going on in the entertainment world. There's a lot of gossip going around, and who better to tell us it all? Stephanie Tetchy.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, so what have we got?
So we've got the BAFTA TV Awards taking place tonight. So
and my first reaction to you is we've already had the BAFTAs, but this is the TV.
So they do three. They do the Film Awards, which took place in February, and then earlier this month they done the Craft Awards, the Game and Craft Awards, and this is the final one, the BAFTA TV Awards. So this celebrates all of the best television, both British and international, over the past 12 months. And leading the way today will be It's a Sin by Russell T Davies, which has got 11 nominations. It was one of the most gripping TV series to come out in a very long time, and it concentrates on the AIDS crisis in the 80s and stuff. So Ollie Alexander is looking to pick up Best Actor. And then also for leading actress, Kate Winslet might be winning for her performance in Mayor of Easttown.
She was good.
She did.
You've seen it?
No.
Very, very good. Highly recommended.
I haven't seen either of those.
Yeah.
I mean, It's a sin. I just thought I couldn't.
No, I know.
It's
Me
too
too.
depressing.
Why?
I lost people to AIDS during, people I knew, people I worked with during the 80s. And I just thought, I don't know whether I can take that yet.
Yeah, it's a very gripping. Like Russell T Davies definitely hit the nail on the head with the script. And the actors on it done a really great job. So I predict they're going to do really well tonight. There's 27 nominations, and the only nomination voted by the public will be the Virgin Media must-see moment.
Oh, is that us?
A moment?
Yeah. We should be.
Yeah, come on.
But it's a moment, not
It's a moment. It's a TV moment. So up for nomination is Adele, her being greeted on stage by her teacher in an audience with Adele.
Oh.
Then also we've got Strictly Rose Ayling-Ellis and Giovanni Panisse when they done that silent performance on Strictly Come Dancing. Yeah. Then we've got Anton Dijk for I'm a Celeb as well when they were mocking Boris Johnson about lockdown.
That wasn't very funny.
Yeah, moment. That is a TV moment. Apparently it's quite hilarious.
No, it wasn't. It was the most unfunny thing I've ever seen, I think.
They haven't got answers.
But anything Anton Dijk do, I suppose, has to be lauded, doesn't it?
It's going to be on air on
understand
BBC One from 6 p.m. tonight.
Oh, really?
So, yes, we will see people going down the red carpet, all the celebrities, and George Ezra will be performing.
So it's a proper big event.
Yes, it is.
It's not virtual or anything like that.
No, back in person.
Good.
So 6 p.m. tonight.
Yeah.
See who wins what.
Oh, it's hosted by Richard
Ayoade.
From the It crowd.
Yes.
Which I like him in the It crowd.
I think he'll do a good job of it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Meghan Markle quietly removes her reference to Netflix.
Yeah, so it hasn't been a good week for the Sussexes. Obviously, we know they're not going to appear on the balcony and Trooping the Colour, but also it was announced earlier this week that their new animated series, Pearl, had been scrapped by Netflix amid cutbacks, and they were making a big song and dance of it on their website, but now overnight, eagle-eyed people have noticed that all of it's been vanished, and it was going to be a really big project for Meghan. It was a passion project because with Pearl, it was focused on a 12-year-old who was going to be visiting all these women in history, and it was announced this week that it will no longer be going ahead, even before it started. It was in the pre-production stage.
It's a great idea, but maybe they did it a bit too woke, and it was a bit darlingy and a bit Meghan-y.
I think at the time it sounded like a great concept, but the thing
is, if it's done well.
I think they've been overstretching themselves, the Sussexes. I feel like they've been putting their names to all these projects, and actually carrying it off would have been something else. Elton John's husband, David Furnish, was actually one of the producers on it, so it's a big blow for him as well. And so it's a vanish without it even landing, and it would have been the first animated series for Netflix.
It does make you wonder, doesn't it, when they first went over to California and they were clearly, meeting lots of, I was going to say selling themselves, but you know what I mean, meeting an awful lot of producers and all the rest of it, whether people got a bit carried away with the Sussex name.
They did.
And when it actually comes down to making productions work, maybe there just wasn't enough substance.
No, and it's the same with the Spotify show. They were supposed to do a podcast show. I think they've only done one episode of that in the space of 6 to 8 months. So it's like, where is this content and where is it going to come from? Well,
I do sort of wonder, what makes you... I could come up with an idea for a cartoon.
Yeah.
You just say, well, this is my idea, you go and put it all together.
Yeah.
But pay me $50 million for doing it or something.
There needs to be a lot more to it than just your name, doesn't there?
More than that. But I'm quite surprised they cut that series, because obviously it does have Meghan's name towards it. So even if people don't like her or like her, people are still going to watch, even if it's to slate it. So I'm surprised they've panned it even before it even began.
All you need to do is hire some good producers and they could come... It's a great concept, the idea of a 12-year-old girl exploring famous women in history. It could be done well, or it could be done really woke.
Badly.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, guys, they still have an £112 million deal with Netflix. So sure, there's going to be some projects. But on the front papers today...
The Sun on Sunday says Notflix.
There will be no Netflix at the Jubilee. Apparently, I hear that there's a team that's set in place to make sure that no filming will be going on or exploited for, Netflix from the series.
Thank heavens, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that just wouldn't be right, would it?
No, I think it will be a bit crass as well. Just be there as a family member.
Yes, come to be part of the family, but don't come to make a movie about visiting the Queen.
No.
It's not on, is it?
No, that wouldn't
It's
be
interesting
very
that the Palace have actually sort of made that very clear.
I know, leave Hollywood at home.
Yeah. Well, quite right too. Quite right too, I think.
Oh, Stephanie, when are you back? Because are you back next hour? Because you're certainly back at 9:45.
I will be back at 9:45.
Right. because there's lots more to talk about.
Yeah, there is more to talk about.
We're going to squeeze in lots of time for that, I'm telling you now. Lovely stuff, Stephanie. Thank you very much indeed. Stay with us, because we've got lots of your views on the big stories of the day. Anything you want to talk about, actually. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Get in touch. We'll run through all of your thoughts and opinions in just a few minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country, with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells, a little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning to you, it's 8 o'clock. It's Sunday, the 8th of May, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio, and of course online. And if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It's entirely free, but it puts us more directly in contact with you.
Coming up for you this morning, Sinn Féin has become the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time after a historic election. We'll bring you the latest from Belfast.
UK health officials say they're no closer to finding the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children. More than 160 cases have been recorded across the UK so far, with 11 children having to receive liver transplants.
Well, today we're celebrating the anniversary of VE Day by paying tribute to those who fought the Nazis in World War II. We'll hear from a charity which specialises in helping veterans and armed forces personnel.
And of course, you can join in any of our discussions, can't you, by emailing gbviews at gbnews.uk or tweet at gbnews.
Now, Sinn Féin are the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time after their historic election victory.
Yeah, they won 27 seats compared to the Democratic Unionist Party 25. Michelle O'Neill will therefore become the first nationalist leader of Northern Ireland, leaving many questioning the future of the UK. Here's what she said shortly after counting had finished.
Today represents a very significant moment of change. It's a defining moment for our politics and for our people. Today it ushers in a new era, which I believe presents us all with an opportunity to reimagine relationships in this society on the basis of fairness, on the basis of equality, and on the basis of social justice.
Well, let's talk to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who joins us now. Look, Darren, this leaves the Assembly, doesn't it, in a bit of a stalemate, ultimately, because they've got to form a coalition and the DUP don't seem to want to play ball at the minute.
Yeah, indeed, Stephen. As you say, and as you and Anne have been pointing out, Northern Ireland is a changed place this morning in many ways, in that Sinn Féin are the largest party, the first time in Northern Ireland's history that a nationalist party has ever achieved that goal. And while it is all change, in many ways, there is little change, because you're also right in saying Northern Ireland can only operate its government, its executive, when there is a mandatory coalition. It means that both sides have to come together. And at the moment, the DUP are refusing, effectively, to go into government, into the executive with Sinn Féin. We think that's the position, at least, anyway. They haven't formally declared that. But tomorrow, Michelle O'Neill, as you saw, the leader of Sinn Féin, along, it must be said, with the Irish government, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Brandon Lewis, the US government are calling on the DUP to go back in to the executive. But I'm thinking that's looking pretty likely. Now, why is that? It's because the DUP fundamentally wants to see the Northern Ireland Protocol changed. That's the Brexit deal that Boris Johnson signed up to a couple of years ago. They feel it drives a border down the Irish Sea. It separates Northern Ireland from the rest of Great Britain, that it's damaging Northern Ireland's economy. And they say until there is movement on that, until the EU is prepared to compromise or the British government's prepared to suspend that protocol, they are simply going to refuse to go back into the executive. And that means that Northern Ireland could continue, and we saw this before the elections, effectively having an assembly but no real government in place.
I mean, it was a democratic election, and constitutionally, how can the DUP just refuse to cooperate? What reason could they possibly give?
Well, the reason they give is on the protocol, and how they can get away with it, if you like, it is largely down to consent here in Northern Ireland, that decisions can only be made with the consent of both sides. And that is why, even though it looks like Sinn Féin, well, if the executive did happen, they would be holding the position of First Minister. They had previously had the Deputy First Minister. The DUP would now have that position. It sounds like the First Minister is more important than the Deputy First Minister, but in reality they're not. They're actually legally entitled to the same things. They're on the same power in many ways, but frankly they can only exist if both sides are willing to go for it. And as I say, Northern Ireland for most of the last 5 years really hasn't had a government for various reasons, and it's looking now like that potentially you could carry on for weeks, maybe months, because of this protocol issue. It is also entirely possible, as unstable as politics are here in Northern Ireland, that if things aren't resolved, we could well see another election by the end of this year. And what does that mean, I think, for the people who live here? It means continued frustration, because whatever you think about the DUP's position, and we know many unionists are very, very annoyed about the Northern Ireland Protocol, there are also a lot of people out there who do want to see government here in Northern Ireland, who do like devolution, who don't like direct rule from Westminster, who want local politicians politicians making local decisions on their behalf, spending money here to improve people's lives, particularly during the cost of living crisis. And there will be frustration, I think, yes, with unionism, that the protocol is not necessarily being sorted out, but also, yes, with people who simply want to see government back here in Northern Ireland.
OK, Darren, from Belfast back to Westminster. Look, Beergate in all of this. We've been told, haven't we, continually with Beergate and Sir Keir Starmer, no rules were broken. There wasn't no need for like a proper investigation. It was a work do. They grabbed a bit of food and a drink in the middle of all that. Now this memo's come out, leaked to the Mail on Sunday, which throws all of that under the bus. So where does this leave Keir Starmer?
In a really, really tricky position and with lots more questions to answer, and I think questions also about whether he's been entirely clear and honest over the last couple of months. You're right, it does seem that his kind of defence about what happened on that night back in April of last year does seem to be crumbling somewhat. As you say, the Mail on Sunday's got a hold of a memo which entirely gives the impression that rather than this being a spontaneous kind of let's call in some curry because we're working really late and we're quite hungry, that it was a pre-planned event. That would undermine Keir Starmer's defence. Doesn't necessarily mean that was a rule-breaking offence as long as they did carry on working, but it's, as I say, not an open and honest answer that we had from the Labour leader. But in the second part, what I just said is that Keir Starmer went on to argue that they did carry on working, and that would justify that meal under the current rule or the rules back then. But apparently, we don't know this for certain, but apparently there may be members of the Labour Party, others who were at that function or that meeting that night, who said that actually when the curry and the beers were consumed, no work did continue. And that this may well have been a social event. And in those circumstances, and Durham police are looking at this, it is possible the Leader of the Opposition would be fined. If he was to be fined, again, very, very tricky. He'd called on the Prime Minister to resign when he had been fined. Should Keir Starmer resign? Someone, Diane Abbott, a Labour MP, has said she thinks he should. But fundamentally, what does this all do? It seems to undermine what Labour had been campaigning on and questioning of the Prime Minister over the last couple of months, that he had broken the rules and that was one rule for him and one rule for the rest of the country. If it turns out that Keir Starmer was also breaking said rules, well, Labour's argument on that is on pretty weak grounds.
OK. Darren, thank you. We'll catch up with you later.
Going to go on and on this.
Well, it is. And it's, you know, I think a lot of people would say, well, what they did, does it really matter? Well, I think probably no. But only in this, but it's the hypocrisy of it. If he's wanted the Prime Minister to go over a slab of birthday cake, then what do you do for having a curry and a beer?
Yeah, exactly. It's much bigger than just those incidents now, isn't it? It's about lying in Parliament. It's about cover-up. It's always about the cover-up rather than the sin. Well, we'll wait and see what the police think of all this, but certainly some of the newspapers are just going to go on digging. It's not only the Mail on Sunday today, it's the Sunday Times as well. They've been really looking into this and trying to dig out the details that seemed to matter so much in the investigations into Number 10.
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Let's bring you up to date with the other headlines this morning at 8:09. President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and elderly have been rescued from the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation will now focus on getting wounded members of the Ukrainian military out.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military, all the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The governor of Luhansk says that 2 people have been killed after Russia bombed a school in a village in Ukraine. 90 people were sheltering at the time of the attack. 60, unfortunately, remain buried under rubble and are feared dead.
The UK has confirmed another £1.3 billion of military support for Ukraine. The PM will meet G7 leaders and President Zelensky virtually today to talk about Ukraine's long-term future.
And I actually just want to start. Priti Patel, your racist policies are killing people.
The Home Office is reviewing its security after protesters heckled Priti Patel at the Tory Spring Dinner in Nottinghamshire. 7 activists from the Green New Deal Rising group bought tickets to the event and then criticised government plans to send migrants to Rwanda.
The PM says he'll deliver a Super 7 of Brexit bills in the Queen's speech, cutting red tape inherited from the EU. Boris Johnson told the Sunday Express the new laws range from data reform to financial services, allowing Britain to thrive as a modern, dynamic and independent country.
And Boris Johnson is promising to restore neighbourhood pride by reviving struggling town centres. Plans include giving councils extra powers to force landlords to rent out empty shops and making pavement cafes permanent. Well, this day 77 years ago, not many of us around, it was a day of celebration after Nazi Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allied forces. And of course, VE Day has been marked every year since.
Yeah, huge celebrations took place across Europe and America, with thousands gathering outside Buckingham Palace. But VE Day was also a moment of great sadness and reflection, as millions of people had, of course, either lost their lives or lost loved ones in the conflict.
Well, our Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley joins us now, and I think she's with somebody from the Soldier Sailors Armed Families Association, otherwise known as SAFA, yes?
Good morning, Anne and Stephen. Yes, I'm here with Miranda this morning in Sheffield. She's a caseworker for the charity SAFA. Miranda, why do you think it is so important that we commemorate VE Day?
8th of May 1945 signified the end of World War II, and it's so important to remember and give respect to the people that fought for our freedom.
And in your role as a caseworker, you're working with veterans every day as they need you, aren't they? Tell me a little bit about your role.
My role as a caseworker is to give veterans help. For example, if they have mental health issues, if they have financial issues, if, for example, they need white goods or brown goods, or just for food vouchers. And quite often veterans are reluctant to ask for help. But at SAFA, we want to give them the self-respect back, and they're allowed to ask for help, and we want to give them help for their service.
And it is such an important work that you're doing. What kind of stories have you heard from veterans?
A lot of veterans feel that they are forgotten, and one of my clients, he said to me, Miranda, thank you for listening, because a lot of the time veterans are forgotten. And we want to give them the self-esteem and the self-respect back and give thanks to what they have done for us in their service. And some of the stories that I've heard are really quite horrible. But it's a privilege and an honour just to sit and listen to how these veterans have served our country. It's a privilege, it really is.
And why do you think that they aren't looked after as well, and some people slip through the cracks? I know you were telling me about somebody that became homeless after they'd served for the country.
I think some veterans aren't prepared for civilian life and outside life, and they just need help to get back on their feet or to get themselves established. And that's what SAFA is for. We want to give them help, and if they come to us for help, we will give them help.
Really such important work that you're doing, and you're an artist yourself as well, aren't you? You've got an exhibition on at the moment and you're raising funds for SAFA.
Yes, in my spare time I paint, and I'm a volunteer for Open Up Sheffield, which is the largest open studios event outside of London, and it's been running for 24 years, and I have an exhibition on at Dina in Fitzallen Square. And a donation from each painting will be given to SAFA South Yorkshire. And I'm very proud to say that I've sold at least 2 paintings already.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming on and speaking to us today, Miranda, and for all the work that you're doing. If you are in Sheffield, come along and pop along and see Miranda's exhibition. And also, if you're a veteran in need as well, do get in contact with charities like SAFA. They are there to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Anna, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, SAFA's a terrific organisation and does such a lot.
It is. Anne's busy planning a wedding.
Well, I don't know whose, but it's just that it was on the front page of the Sunday Times saying big weddings are back. And apparently, according to lots of different party planners...
Brace yourself.
That after the last 2 years, where obviously people, if they did get married with anyone around, they did it very, very small, very, very low-key. Now there's a big reaction against that, and the party planners are busier than ever. Guest lists, apparently, according to this one party planner, can easily number between 150 and 300 people.
OK, which will cost you...
With an entry-level cost of... Entry-level cost. Well, that's the cheapest they could do, 150, I suppose. 200 grand. But most go much, much higher than that. And apparently cocktails...
200 grand?
200 grand for a wedding. Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you're planning a wedding coming up this summer. Apparently, you've got to have cocktails now at your wedding.
Oh.
You're going to have cocktails at yours?
Oops.
Oh.
No.
Well, I have to bring my cocktail shaker. Cocktails have gone from a nice-to-have to an essential.
Oh,
the most popular being anything tequila-based. So it starts to get very expensive, apparently. Apparently, it's a sort of... I suppose it's post-pandemic, but the party planners are saying it's a sort of surge back to the days of the 80s, like the Princess Diana wedding or something. It's got to be big, it's got to be lavish, it's got to be show-off.
It doesn't do you any good, does it, if you're not in love properly?
No, it doesn't. And that's always a very interesting one, is whether big, fancy weddings go on to produce, long-lived marriages. Who knows? I doubt there's any relationship there.
No.
But the one thing is it eats up money, doesn't it?
I mean, 200 grand. So you're talking about more than £1,000 a person at these weddings.
But you can understand that if you're going for a lavish meal and, and a free open bar. And then, of course, you're paying for the event, where the event is. And a lot of people will pay probably for 2 events because they'll probably pay for a big church, then move everybody to an evening do, probably go on all night. I don't know. You can see how it would go up to £1,000 per person very easily.
I can only apologise to anyone who's coming to mind because there's no open bar. Bring your wallet, otherwise you won't be drinking.
No, and some people, that's the other cost as well, is a lot of people choose to do weddings abroad somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And then do you or do you not pay for your guests to come? Or do you expect them to pay for their own airfare or whatever?
They have to pay for themselves.
It's quite political, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to pay. You can't fork out for everyone. Just pay for yourself.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. I just think there's too much emphasis on having a lovely time. Rather, I know I sound like an old, boring old thing.
No, I don't think it is.
It's like they're having a lovely time. Oh, they've got a really big day.
You could have a lovely do down the pub, couldn't you? Or you'd be like me, go to the fish and chip restaurant on... I mean, we did have to do it in Australia, but which was quite a long way to go.
Yeah.
But there you are. And it was Doyle's on the beach.
Doyle. Very
famous fish and chip restaurant in Sydney. And that's where we went and had our breakfast, and it was gorgeous too.
Good.
Yummy.
I love chips.
There's nothing like fish and chips. But my goodness, they do them very well in Australia, fish and chips, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't eat the fish, but chips, mushy peas and a bit of curry sauce.
You're back on the curry gate.
Oh,
Stop it.
I could do with a bit of that. All right, stay with us. We've got a lot more still to come for you, including about learning to swim. Not enough children know how to swim. We'll be finding out why that's actually a very bad thing in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells. A little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.22, very good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, your radio and online.
Now, to talk about something that's really important, it's funny enough, a couple of minutes ago I was talking about Australia, but learning to swim in Australia is absolutely Bible. You know, you have to learn to swim. As a nation, it's drilled into them, because learning to swim is so important, a part of growing up. Obviously not just for fun, but for safety in the water too. However, it seems the number of children learning to swim here in the UK is decreasing, partly because of the cost of living crisis. It is quite expensive to go along to a pool, but it's claimed that almost a third of youngsters can't swim. Apparently, parents are saying they just can't afford the lessons.
Oh, yeah, I can understand it as well. It almost seems like a bit of a luxury, doesn't it, at the moment?
It can't be, can it?
No, Team GB Olympic silver medalist Kerry-Anne Payne joins us now from Edinburgh. Good morning to you, Kerry. It's really good to see you. Look, I mean, it's one thing to be an elite swimmer like you, but I mean, for the rest of us who just splish and splosh about, how important is it that we do learn to swim and learn to swim as a child?
Oh, swimming is just one of the most important life skills. It's not only just, you know, a nice thing to do, but actually it is a properly important life-saving skill. We do unfortunately have, you know, we hear really bad stories and horrible stories around the country of people drowning, and most of the time it's because they couldn't swim. And we can avoid all of that by teaching kids how to swim from as young an age as possible, because when we get older we start getting more scared, there's a bit more fear. And that, you know, and then there's a stigma around adults learning how to swim as well, which, you know, we're trying to break. And the STA have done such an amazing job of trying to encourage more and more people into the water safely, because their mission is just to try and stop anyone from drowning, because it really is something that we can all stop from happening, but we need to get kids swimming.
Why is it that the number of kids being able to swim has decreased?
There's many different you know, things that add up to this. So one is that unfortunately we've had loads of pool closures. So sometimes, you know, the local swimming pool that was just down the road, that was a walk away, is now a bus or a drive away. So it's a bit further away. So that's, you know, a real challenge. The other obviously the other part is the cost of living has increased. But of the survey that the STA did, 80% of parents said that swimming is a great skill for their children to have, and something they should all have, essentially. And as an extracurricular activity, what we're trying to suggest is, if you are focusing and really thinking about the extracurricular activities your children are doing, swimming should be right at the top there, whilst they learn how to swim and learn how to swim safely. And then, after that, then, go on and do whatever other skills that they want to do. But swimming is it's such an important skill that every child should be able to do.
I guess it might be a little bit. I am actually guessing here, but is it cheaper if you're taking your children at a very young age? A, is that safe to do? B, is it a cheaper way of doing it? These sort of mums and toddlers groups or things like that.
That's what I did.
Well, swimming's such a great thing to do throughout the whole process. Obviously, the earlier we start children swimming in a safe environment, the less likely they are to be scared, the safer they will be in and around water, because that's what those swimming lessons are for. The other thing that a lot of parents do with the children, learn to swim classes, is that actually the parents themselves sometimes can't really swim, or they're not that confident in the water. And I think if we can encourage parents and children to go together, to be confident in the water, certainly getting the children to learn how to swim, parents maybe watching alongside, or potentially getting lessons themselves, they feel really confident. It then automatically becomes not only just a great skill and a life-saving skill that children are learning how to do, but actually it becomes a great family thing to do as well. So yes, the earlier we can get kids learning how to swim, that is absolutely going to be, I guess, in the long run cheaper, because like I said, there's less fear when they're kids. The earlier we can get them comfortable and confident and safe in the water, then they might be able to have less swimming lessons as they grow up. But the older that you get, the kind of the harder and slightly longer that process might take to teach kids how to swim.
Did you learn to swim as a child? Was it at school, or did your parents take you?
So I learned how to swim. I was actually born in South Africa, so a little bit like what you were talking about Australia. Every friend that we had pretty much had a swimming pool in their back garden. So it was really important for my mum, and she actually can't swim, which I am still working on myself. She can go in the water, but she can't swim herself. So she was just desperate for that not to be the case for myself, my brother and my sister. So we learned how to swim as babies, as early as we possibly could. She had us in the water so that we could learn how to do it safely. So if we did, ever find ourselves unsupervised, which never happened, by the way, in a swimming pool environment, we all knew how to swim.
I think.
Yeah, well, I love the fact you've just revealed your mother can't swim. Mum of Olympic silver medalist can't swim. I mean, it's quite a... You really, Kerry, you need to be working on that quite urgently, I would suggest.
Get those armbands on. It's lovely to talk to you. Thanks very much. And it's such an important message for everybody.
Yeah, it is.
Like I said, in Australia, it was so big. It's just like Kerry said in South Africa. Everybody had a pool. And so there was an awful lot of children sort of wandering into gardens or wandering into other people's gardens, falling into the pool and drowning. And it became so epidemic that they started to say everybody must learn how to swim. And all of the town pools opened 2 hours earlier than normal, and they put the heating on high so that mothers and toddlers, mothers and very small babies were encouraged to go along when the water was really warm and teach your children to swim. And I took my first two to swim in Australian ordinary public swimming baths in those very early hours. From about 8 weeks, 8 weeks old. Yeah, you'd put the armbands on them or a little ring around them. I've got lovely pictures of them. But so they never learned a fear of water, ever. Yeah. And so they just seemed to automatically upgrade to putting armbands on and then splashing around on their own and
I'm not
swimming proper.
I can swim, but I'm not confident in the water. I've been a confident swimmer.
But you'd build that up, wouldn't you?
You do build it up a bit, but there's something... My brother is like a fish. He loves it. But I'm not a confident swimmer. So you need to do it early. My dad couldn't swim, and he learnt at about, 40s, 50s, something like that.
And that's hard learning.
That's really hard. He's not confident. He'd get in the water now, but he's not confident. But there was a fear, a real fear of water.
And that's the trouble. If you fall in somewhere and you have a fear, you go into panic mode, and instead of being able to swim and survive, you go under, and it's terribly important to learn to swim. It's also a smashing thing to do as a family. It's really fun, and it wears the kids out. If you want a way to absolutely wear your children out, the trouble is it wears you out a bit as well, but you take them swimming, because then it's all the performance of drying them off and changing and everything else, and you're in that sort of humid atmosphere. Bung them in the car, out like a light.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
It's my parenting class for today.
No, it was. I always remember I used to go to the barrow baths. They used to have like a vending machine thing, and you could have we were allowed a bag of crisps afterwards, and that way I.
It tasted wonderful as well because you earned it by then.
It was worth doing it for a bag of salt and vinegar.
Your memories of swimming, and how you learned to swim. I'd love to hear from you, because I suppose an awful lot of the public baths have been closed for 2 years almost. You know, maybe there's a whole generation of kids who just weren't able to go as well.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's had an impact on all sorts of things, hasn't it?
Yeah.
GBViews at gbnews.uk. Please get in touch.
Yes, please do. And we're going to take you through the papers in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere unless you're taking the radio with you. Benedict Spenth and Nabila Ramdani will be joining us.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning, it's 8:33 and you're watching us from all over the place.
Oh, absolutely everywhere.
Morning.
Should we kick off with Norfolk?
Yeah.
Barbara, morning Barbara. We're in Norwich in sunny Norfolk. My husband and I watch GB News every day and we think it's great. It would be also great if Norwich had a mention, as it's a lovely place to live. Keep up the good work.
Well, good morning, Norwich.
Norwich, you've got beautiful churches and things around that area, haven't you? I think?
52, one for every week of the year. And they used to have 365 pubs.
How do you know that?
Because I'm from Norwich.
Ah, there you go. Lovely.
It's not like that anymore. Most of them are closed.
Benedict Spence and Nabila Ramdani are with us, so we're just going to do the papers in a second. But I want to say hello to Elizabeth. Morning, Stephen and Anne. It's Elizabeth from Berkeley. We are 5 miles from from Newcastle. The Angel of the North is at the end of our town.
Oh, I love
lovely.
the Angel of the North.
Yeah. Berkeley is as you join the A1 on the way to the Metro Centre. I hope we are included in your hotspot. I watch you every morning before work and after work on a night and weekends. Brilliant. Best channel on the telly.
Have you been to see the Angel of the North?
I've driven past it many times, yeah.
I don't
Actually,
know
I've never actually gone and looked at it properly,
yeah,
but it is stunning. Yeah.
It's just one of those things. It's like weirdly simple, but it just works. It's just mind-blowing. I love it. Gee, now, I don't know what's going on with Milton Keynes today. Milton Keynes better had be on the map. on our sort of monitoring map. Jean, good morning to you. Jean lives in Milton Keynes. Believe it or not, a beautiful place to live. We have over 22 million trees, lots of green space, plenty of work. Milton Keynes has got the worst rap.
Why?
The worst PR. I think it was because when it was built 52 years ago, that it will have looked like concrete, because it's all underpasses and everything.
Roundabouts.
And roundabouts. So I think it will have looked very... But, of course, in the last 50 years, it has become this incredible green space. You can drive through the middle of Milton Keynes, you don't see any houses, you don't see anything.
Is that the one... Is Milton Keynes the one with the roundabout with the sheep on it?
It's we've got some cows.
Oh, they're cows. Maybe I'm thinking it's cows.
We did have concrete
cows. Yes.
Yeah, which are in a field.
That sort of became famous as
but
well.
Yeah, so I moved to Milton Keynes about 12 years ago, and I'm a country boy. And it's the greenest place I've lived, even compared to the Lake District.
But it's got lots of facilities as well, hasn't it? For families.
I love it. Well, I'd love to... If you see me, Jean, out and about in MK Centre, give me a nudge. I'll take you for a coffee.
There's a promise. Julie says, hi, Stephen and Anne, I'm watching from Belfast. We go back to bed on a Sunday with a cup of coffee and watch.
Nice.
I watch GBNews every day, nearly all day. It's best channel with everything so open to discussion, and it's wonderful. I love the idea of getting up, making breakfast or something, and then going back to bed to watch the telly.
That's quite nice.
That's quite a treat for a Sunday morning.
Andrew, good morning, he says. We may be but a small blip on your radar, but please give us in Stoken Church in Buckinghamshire a mention. As Anne knows, we're set in the beautiful Chilterns. We regularly watch your refreshing programme. OK,
I'll outdo that. Dawn says, good morning, Anne and Stephen. My son Edward and myself are viewing your news programme, which we love, from hotspot Marbella, Spain. Well done with the show.
Very, very, very nice. And Angie says, love to you both. It's great to see you working together again. Yes, well, we're enjoying it too. Well, I am. Thanks for bringing us the smiles and the fun to the weekend. And that's Ange from Coventry.
OK, let's go through the papers now. So what are we looking for first? Benedict, I think we're looking at higher education in the Telegraph?
Yes, this is the news that a lot of vice-chancellors have been getting a lot of pay rises over the last couple of years, but the standard of education at universities is going down. I don't think this will come as a massive shock to anybody who knows that a lot of teaching has been moved online. Anybody who's...
and still is
online. There are still strikes going on about university staff pay, all that sort of thing. And, you know, when you bear in mind a lot of people who are doing certainly humanities degrees where you only get 3 or 4 hours of contact time anyway, I think a lot of people are beginning to question what it is that they're paying for. I mean, the Telegraph here gives the example of UCL, University College London, which paid £589,000 as lump sum split between the outgoing Vice-Chancellor and the new Vice-Chancellor, all whilst all the teaching has been moved online. So students are expected to move to the capital in a lot of cases, fork out an awful lot of money, take out huge loans and get very little actually in return for it. And I think that this is something that I talk about whenever I'm given the opportunity. It is an epic swindle on an awful lot of people, young people in this country who are persuaded as teenagers to take out huge loans for massively diminishing returns.
And there was a report out a couple of months ago saying that the universities were making massive profits.
They are making massive profits, and it's not all just from UK-based students. This is the large part of the problem. They get money from people from overseas, especially from China and India. They make an awful lot of money out of basically giving out degrees for people to say, I've got a degree from an English university, and then they go back and it's a sign of prestige.
And I think increasingly vice-chancellors and chancellors are effectively working as PR people, try to attract as many students from abroad and as much capital, and that's what they paid for, not so much for, you know, delivering education, but or making, you know, for the smooth running of university and its higher aim and ideal of educating people. But it's very much universities are effectively run like a business.
Yeah, it's a bit concerned. I just sort of think there's a lot more for a lot of young people to go into apprenticeships and all that sort of thing and do it. You can get a degree later on through a lot of businesses.
If you need to. If it's a degree like law or medicine or mechanical engineering, something like that, yes, go to university. But the way I would frame it for most people who are thinking about studying English or history or anything like that is, if you had £30,000 right now, would you spend it to be able to read for 3 years? If that sounds great, then do it. If not, if that's not a good use of £30,000, why on earth would you do it? And actually, I think a lot of people would make more sensible decisions if they looked at it in those terms. And of course, it isn't just £30,000, because then there's the interest that comes on top of that. That's £30,000 if you're very lucky and you're able to get a good job.
You become wiser when you've actually had a bit of life experience. And, you know, you get better at studying law or indeed history, or when you've travelled a bit, when you've learned
It takes us back. I mean, it was Tony Blair who said that everybody should go to university. Why did he believe that?
Oh, it's massage unemployment figures amongst young people.
I don't think anybody listens to what he has to say anymore.
Well, they don't then, but they did. Sorry, they don't now, but they did then.
On everything from education to wars in the Middle East, we listened a little bit too much to Tony Blair.
It's such a shame.
It was target setting of 50%, wasn't it?
But it's not too late to reverse this. But the problem is, now that the universities exist, they're sort of addicted to the money that comes in from this process. There's no will to reverse that, even though it is doing a lot of damage, I think, to young people.
I remember Michael Gove pushing it when he was education, or was he education? It might have been Shadow Education Secretary at the time.
He was education.
But the problem is that it's very difficult for the Tories when they took over to try and cut back on that without looking like they're being elitist.
Yes, well, I mean, it's difficulty, but I suppose if you're a Tory government, you're always going to look elitist or be accused of being elitist in some sense. A brave government would do something about this, like a brave government would do something about the housing crisis. But we are not blessed with brave politicians these days.
No, but we have brave youngsters and they should be speaking out more against this. I know at least 2 of my sons feel that their degrees were a waste of time.
Well, I feel that mine was completely
Yes, I think that's why there's a lot to be said about apprenticeship and actually getting skills that will take you somewhere. And that's life, transferable skills.
Well, now to be a journalist now, you have to have a degree and then a master's in journalism, really, to get in anywhere.
Well, yeah, possibly, yeah.
Well, you need an additional, whether it's a master's or whether it's an NCTJ course, you need to take something else afterwards.
You see, I did a degree in broadcast journalism. It was the first ever undergraduate degree in the country. Now they're everywhere. But it was a vocational degree, in effect. It was Nottingham Poly, which had become Nottingham Trent University. Now, it's served me very, very well.
But I was trained on the job. I had an apprenticeship for a newspaper. And I was trained on the job and paid while I was trained.
I mean, do you not have a degree?
No, I don't have a degree.
Oh, good
no.
grief.
The thing that I would also
have one either.
That's why I insisted all my boys must go to university and get degrees, because I've got a chip on my shoulder about not having one. And at least 2 of them feel that it's a waste of money.
I don't have a journalistic degree, but I do have degrees.
What are degrees? You got multiple degrees.
But I keep that quiet when I deal with news editors and desk.
How did you afford to do your degrees?
Well, I studied in France, and then I have to say, when I came over to the UK, I had to pay the full, the full fees, and that was a very unpleasant experience.
Expensive,
quite a cultural difference, actually.
Sorry?
How did you get yours?
Get my what? My degree? Oh, I just turned up.
I don't quite need that. I mean, who paid for it?
Oh, I paid for it. I took out a loan. I took, like everybody else who was told that this was a loan that would be interest-free, and then it turned out that it wasn't. But what I would say to myself back then is, as I would say to anybody, look, if you're bright and you're going to be paying for this yourself by taking out a loan, think about maybe going abroad, think about going to the United States, think about going to Europe, where if you're going to be paying for this stuff anyway, get an experience that isn't just going to university town and drinking for 18 months, and then, because you can do that elsewhere, use the opportunity to get some interesting experiences. Don't just go through the system and then just fall into a job that actually you don't need this degree for, really.
But it has to be said that British universities are particularly attractive for foreigners. So that's the reverse happening. Especially people who are looking for understated confidence, because they think that's what British universities deliver.
I have been to,
whereas it's the private schools.
I've been to degree ceremonies now where literally 90% of the people coming on stage have been Chinese.
Yes.
And it's just like...
Again, it's because there is a degree of status that comes with a Western
But
degree.
also, that's what the universities want to do that, because there's more money coming in.
Yes, but are we really...
in China as well now.
Are we attracting them to come here to study for a degree at a British university, keeping them locked up in their halls and teaching them online?
Yep.
Because that doesn't seem very good business model either.
Well,
I have to say,
it seems to work for them.
Universities, I mean, I studied at the London School of Economics, for example, and they train foreigners to become leaders in their own country.
Yes,
so that's, and they've set up an exchange program with Beijing in China. So they get fabulously rich students who spend most of their time shopping and get a degree back home. And the idea is they will go back home with more liberal, progressive ideas, and they will be part of the elite, and we can talk with them and have exchange with them. But, of course, that is in practice.
Just to quickly illustrate this, on the campus of Royal Holloway University of London, just outside the campus, is a dealership that sells fast cars, Aston Martins, Porsches, that sort of thing. The average student doesn't do that, but it does have an awful lot of Chinese students who live there.
Goodness me.
Who do you think they're selling them to? They're selling them to there whilst they're at university there.
Wow.
My goodness.
Well, that was an education.
Well, it was.
But
I won't charge you anything for it.
But it has eaten all of our time. But it's been very good.
It's
to
an
see you
incredible
both this
subject, though,
morning.
isn't it?
Thank you.
Education affects us all.
Wow.
Education and apprenticeships and things like that. Gosh.
Mm.
Let us
Okay.
know what your experiences is, please. We'd love to hear from you. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
It is 8:45. The headlines today, and Sinn Féin's vice president says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin won 27 seats in the election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
The Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules last year, saying he's confident that no rules were broken. However, the Mail on Sunday has now published a leaked memo which appears to suggest the event attended by Sir Keir Starmer was pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and elderly have been rescued from the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation will now focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The governor of Luhansk says 2 people have been killed after Russia bombed a school in a village in Ukraine. 90 people were sheltering at the time of the attack. 60 apparently remain buried under rubble and are now feared dead.
Now, it is 77 years since Victory in Europe Day, when Winston Churchill announced that the fight against Nazi Germany in Europe was over.
John Roberts served during the conflict, and we were honoured that he wanted to talk to us about his memory of the day. John now works with the Royal British Legion, giving talks about his experiences of the war.
Well, he told us of the excitement when the news broke that war was finally over.
I was actually in Canada starting my flying training then. It wasn't all that easy in Canada, or that part of Canada, because you had to have what they called a liquor license. You couldn't just go into a bar and drink like we do here. You had to hand over a bit of paper to get a drink. So it was quite difficult to get drunk. But everybody was so excited that goodness knows what happened. Well, you can probably guess that I'm a sailor, and sailors like girls. So what I was looking forward to was getting back to England, to where I had a girlfriend. When the war ended and I was in Canada, there were so many people waiting to come back to England that it was 2 weeks before I could come. So I went down to New York, and I went into Radio City to see television. I'd never seen television before. And I was selected to go behind the screen to be televised so all my friends could see me. So many people died. I think to not remember them is really disgraceful. I'm 98 now, and I flew in the Fleet Air Arm. My engine never stopped, so I never had to bail out. I never had to ditch in the water. I've been very, very lucky, and I was never torpedoed in my ships. The United States stopped supplying Japan with oil, and that was very bad news for Japan. So that's why they attacked the United States. And really, if we go on being too beastly to Putin, I wonder if he will do the same as Hitler and the Japanese. You know, we push them so far that they go to war.
Well, as we were saying earlier, it's lovely to hear from somebody who's actually been there and done it.
Yeah, and he must be...
It's 77 years ago.
Yeah.
So he must be 97, 96, 97?
Oh, now, let's look to the future, though, should we? Because travel limitations on international music tours are going to be eased from late summer. It was all about, do you remember Brexit? And there was a lot of musicians complaining. that it was going to make touring very problematic, and there were some restrictions brought in.
There were. I mean, it's complicated about who you can take with you, whether you can take your roadies with you and your certain members of your team, which, of course, you probably want to, rather than just hiring locally. Well, we've got somebody very special with us now, singer-songwriter Lucy Layton. Well, have you been impacted by this?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
You're all right.
Have I been impacted? Well, obviously, over the course of the lockdown, there was no touring, there was no travelling. And I think nowadays, with the new legislation coming through, it's going to give labels and bands more confidence again to get back on the road and to tour again. And
because just to explain, people who obviously don't work in your industry, the restrictions meant that if you have do you have a band that regularly work with you, and roadies and people like that? So you have a crew with you.
Yes, of course, yeah. So
during the restrictions, there were only places that you could go and take them with you.
I think when it came to large tours, so it was a limited thing. It was 3 stops or something that was allowed. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, 3 stops, yeah.
But now they're allowing English touring companies, haulage, large vehicles to travel through to Europe, backwards and forwards as many times as they want. Is that right?
So how important is it for someone like you to be able to know you've got a carte blanche, you can go on tour anywhere you like, should the work pop up?
Fantastic. Because also with the labels, I think also, and budgets and working things out, there's the confidence again to rebook those tours post-COVID lockdown and everything. So it makes a massive difference. Yeah.
So ideally, if you go and do a tour, how many people do you take with you, or would you like to?
Oh my goodness, I don't know.
As many as possible.
It varies on the different sizes of groups that you've got. So some of the large bands, they'll be taking a huge amount of people with them. And it's not just people. I mean, to be honest, what was confusing for musicians was the nature of paying for visas post-Brexit and whether that was going to be...
all the paperwork as well.
Yes, exactly, and things. So I think this is definitely something that's going to help ease that stress.
It's fascinating talking to you because you've got music in the blood, haven't you?
Yes, that's true.
With your dad, because your dad was a New Seeker, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, he's in New Seekers and known for...
So you grew up in that atmosphere where, music was just part of everyday life.
So was
but
touring.
Also touring,
yes, absolutely. And we were travelling a lot as the families with our father and his bandmates. So
was that fun, or did you resent it because it meant having to up sticks all the time? And...
No, it wasn't too bad actually. I managed to stay at the same school growing up, and it was no problem there.
So did you always want to be a singer?
I think I've got a younger brother, and he's a racing car driver, so he's a sportsman. He, had a little drum kit when he was little, but he wasn't up for it in the end. But I just loved music. I started writing when I was really small, got on the piano 6, 7 years old.
Wow,
so it was my thing. It was my outlet and my creative.
Yeah, but it just shows it. They always say, is it nature or nurture? And if you're brought up with everybody being musical around you, plus having musical instruments around you, and it being an everyday thing, you just absorb it, I imagine.
Oh, I loved it, and loved watching him make other people happy and the global travel, and it was magical.
Did he ever take you out on stage? Sorry, I'm going to... Did he ever take you out on stage?
We did do... I supported him on a bunch of English theatre tour dates at that point where he was still gigging and I was beginning, if you like.
Oh, nice.
So that was magical to share the stage together.
I like the fact that you say it brings a smile to a lot of people, but you also try and do a bit of good with it as well, because I know you've got a charity single out at the moment to raise money for Ukraine.
Yes.
How important is it that you do sort of say, I'm going to use my ability, my skills to do something to help?
As I think a lot of us as writers, as singers, songwriters, we write about love, don't we? It's the main thing. Other things that compel us to write, international crisis for me, things going on in the world, it makes you emotional. You want to write something. For me, I've done one charity single before. It's a great way, I think, as musicians as well. We don't get paid the most in the world. We want to give something back. And then if we can get people to, download the single and donate, it's great.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I love the sort of giving back thing. As you say, a lot of musicians, unless you're absolutely huge, the Vamps or whatever nowadays, often people don't make a huge amount of money, do they?
Yeah, no, it's true. It's changed a lot. We can put bums on seats, but it's different. Music streaming has got rid of the sales of music, so that's still a tough issue for us, Spotify, maybe 0.001% p per play.
So what projects are you working on now then? Now that you can go anywhere you want, do anything you want.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So myself and a gentleman called Don Brown, who's the lead guitarist in Duran Duran, we've written a single together called We Will Never Fall, and it's for Ukraine, specifically for a village, town rather, in the north called Cherniv. I was touched by this girl that I followed on Instagram called Julie Krisovina, and she basically stayed at home with her boyfriend to help give aid to the elderly and people that couldn't flee, basically, in her community. And she's raising money directly and filling a warehouse full of stock and medicines. And so I've got a website, Ukraine.com, where you can download the single that we've written, and then the proceeds from that will go directly to her.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's really
Does she
good.
She knows?
Yeah, she knows. We've chatted.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Which I'm quite excited about.
Songforukraine.com.
Yes, yeah.
That's really interesting because a lot of people, when they do sort of buy charity things, you never quite know where it's all going. You know exactly where it's going.
Yeah, she was actually stressed at the time because she wasn't receiving, her community wasn't receiving anything from certain charities, and so she reached out and she said, "I'm going to do it direct.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to do it directly, and anyone can donate as much as they like to get the download. So it's,
Oh, it's a nice way of doing it. Look, good luck with that. Lucy,
thank you.
It's a real joy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you
indeed.
too.
Thanks, nice
Pleasure.
to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
We'll be coming to one of your tours at some point.
Love that.
We'll have a night out.
There's
Fancy
a
a night
threat.
out.
Yeah, no, I'd love one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. As long as we're not working the next morning.
Yeah, this is true. Coming up, we're going to have all the top stories, and we'll talk to our colleague, who is, of course, former First Minister of Northern Ireland, Arlene Foster.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells. A little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too. Feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, but to the point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 8th of May. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Dan.
And we're live across the whole of the UK, on your TV and your radio and online.
Both going.
And if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It's absolutely free.
Coming up for you this morning, Sinn Féin has become the largest party in Northern Ireland in the Assembly there for the first time after a historic election. We'll get reaction from the former First Minister, Arlene Foster.
UK health officials say they're no closer to finding the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children. More than 160 cases have been recorded across the UK so far, and 11 children have had to receive liver transplants.
We would absolutely love to hear from you this morning. The more you have to say, the better, because our voices are suddenly started to go. We've got loads of views already, and if you send us more, we will get through them all. Let us know where you are, what you're doing, all that sort of thing. gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
Lots of people getting in touch. Thank you so much. Cameron says, I guess we were doing a shout out a bit earlier to our hotspots. We just get this computer thing that tells us the hotspots for where everybody's watching it. And a lot of people say, hang on a minute, we may not be hotspotted, but we're still watching you. Cameron says, I now reside in London, but I am a Sydney-sider. And so very happy to hear your experience at Doyle's Watson's Bay in Sydney. My very favourite restaurant in the world. How magic for your wedding in this glorious harbourside location. Well chosen, Anne. Many of our fabulous family events have been celebrated there, but a wedding, different.
Yes. Debbie, morning Debbie. We watch GB News every morning from Scoppick in Lincolnshire. I don't know if I get that right. Scoppick?
Is it Scoppick or Scopwick?
Scopwick, don't know.
Don't know.
When we moved here nearly 4 years ago, I thought we'd moved to paradise.
Oh.
No shops, just a pub, a village beck, lots of dogs.
Yeah.
Sounds idyllic.
Gary says, I'm watching from Plymouth. It is great to see Smeaton Tower Lighthouse in the background of your set.
I've got it on camera 6. Can we punch up camera 6?
It must be that one over there. Because that's the only lighthouse we've got behind us.
Oh, hey, let me get out of the way. There you go.
Oh, there you are. Now, that must be Smeaton Lighthouse. Yeah? Thank you. Gary says, I walk my dog Bertie past the lighthouse most days. The lighthouse was once at sea on the Eddystone Rock.
How very nice. Oh, I have to say, a very happy birthday for tomorrow for Brad Gelston, because he's 50 tomorrow.
Happy birthday for tomorrow.
And that's lots of love from Shelley. There you go.
50, no longer
No,
middle-aged
it's young.
even. It's young now.
50 is young.
Yeah, thank
50
goodness.
is young. We'll run through some more of these a little bit later on, but let's run you through the top stories. And Sinn Féin are now the largest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly for the first time after their historic election victory.
They won 27 seats compared to the Democratic Unionist Party's 25. That means that Michelle O'Neill will become the first nationalist leader of Northern Ireland, leaving many questioning the future of the UK itself. Here's what she said shortly after counting had finished.
Today represents a very significant moment of change. It's a defining moment for our politics and for our people. Today ushers in a new era, which I believe presents us all with an opportunity to reimagine relationships in this society on the basis of fairness, on the basis of equality, and on the basis of social justice.
Well, let's go to the former First Minister of Northern Ireland and our colleague here at GB News, Arlene Foster, to tell us how she's feeling this morning. Good morning, Arlene.
Good morning. Good morning to you both.
So what feelings are going through your mind at the moment, your reaction?
Well, I mean, I think there's been a little bit of an overreaction because, of course, what is important in Northern Ireland is that we look at the full picture. And if you look at what happened yesterday, nationalism, in other words, republicanism, Irish nationalism overall lost 4 seats and unionism lost 3 seats. Actually, nationalism hasn't grown at all since 1998, the Belfast Agreement. But what has happened is that there has been a huge power shift from the SDLP, which a lot of your viewers and listeners will know as a moderate nationalist party here in Northern Ireland, to Sinn Féin. And Sinn Féin didn't actually gain any seats yesterday. They stayed at 27 seats. They had 27 seats before the election. They still have 27 seats. But what happened was that the DUP lost 2 seats and one of their members went independent. So that means that Sinn Féin are now the largest party. Of course, it is a big moment in Northern Ireland's history. It's the first time that a Republican has been in the position to take the First Minister's post. However, we should not get carried away in terms of our place within the United Kingdom, because actually there has been no shift in terms of those who support the union and those who support breaking away.
Has there been a mistake, a fundamental flaw within the unionist parties? I mean, Annie has been in touch and says your unionist parties made the fatal mistake of not working together, because you've got the DUP, the UUP, the TUV. If you'd had the sense to work together, the unionists would still hold the power, she says.
Well, I think there's a couple of things there. Of course, it's not a case of holding power because, of course, in Northern Ireland, we have a different form of devolution, Stephen. We have what's called mandatory coalition. So it's not the same as Scotland and Wales. It's not a case as the party who is the largest party forms the government. No, in Northern Ireland, all of the parties are in the power sharing administration. So actually, Michelle O'Neill's, if she is made First Minister, will hold no more power than the Deputy First Minister. And as someone who has been in the First Minister's office, I know that very, very well. So it's not a case of unionists not being in power. They are in power, just as nationalism is in power. I think the point, though, is a well-made point, because unionism will now have to reflect on the fact that because the vote was split across a number of parties, that means that they weren't able to come out on top as the largest party. I mean, if you look at Jim Allister's party, the traditional unionist voice, he has only been returned with 1 MLA, despite the fact that he gained 65,000 votes, a very big vote gain for him, but he's still only returned with 1 MLA.
If nobody's going to work together, then Stormont is still paralysed. What do you see happening next?
Well, I don't think it's a case of not working together. I think it's a case of getting the protocol sorted out. And the Prime Minister seems to be, I use the phrase seems to be, moving in that direction. Of course, there's been moves in that direction all of last year. We were told that it was going to be dealt with. It wasn't. And now we're in a position that unless and until it is sorted out, we won't see an administration back in Stormont. And I think everybody wants to see Stormont working. They want to have their own executive with their own local ministers making decisions. I think that's very key. But if the foundation isn't right, and if we are being separated from the rest of the United Kingdom because of the protocol, because of the damage that it's doing to Northern Ireland society and the Northern Ireland economy, then it has to be dealt with. And the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of the entirety of the United Kingdom, so therefore he needs to act, and he needs to act pretty soon.
So, I mean, looking at triggering Article 16, would that be enough to solve this?
I don't think it's about Article 16 anymore, because Article 16 actually puts you into a whole process with the European Union, and it could elongate the whole thing. And you know as well as I do, Stephen, that the European Union never does anything quickly. I think probably what needs to happen is that the Prime Minister takes unilateral action, and we'll be watching very carefully over the coming days what he proposes to do, because we can't keep going on the way we're going. It's causing instability here in Northern Ireland, because in Northern Ireland we have a power-sharing administration. Therefore, the consent of both of the communities need to be dealt with. And when I talk about both communities, I'm talking about unionism and nationalism. But I think the big success of this election, and something that we also need to reflect on, is that the Alliance Party was the big winner. They are the party in the centre. They actually are a sister party of the Liberal Democrats on the mainland, and they gained 9 seats, almost doubled. Actually, more than doubled. They had 8 seats. They now have 17 seats in the Northern Ireland Assembly, and that's a big story as well.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just to move on a bit, because Boris is under pressure, or as you said, to get something done. Of course, the Labour leader is now under pressure as well. I just wonder what you think of Beergate going on and on and on, and appearing to gather more evidence that what Keir Starmer did was a bit more like what happened at Number 10 too.
Well, I said last Sunday, and on the political correction, that Sir Keir Starmer is a lawyer. He will know the phrase in law that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. In other words, you cannot start criticising other people if you have been guilty of hypocrisy yourself. And it very much appears, given the news this morning, that this was a planned event, that it was in the diary. All of the changing story as well does not play well for the Labour leader, because he claimed it was something off the cuff, on the spur of the moment. They ordered curry. And now it appears that it was actually in a memo that it was planned that they were going to have this curry, and then they would walk home to their hotel. So the story is changing, and that's never a good look.
No, it isn't. I'll tell you what, Ali, we've chatted many times over the years when you were First Minister, and it has to be a much more sort of formal thing then, doesn't it? I mean, holding that position. How nice it is to just have a bit of a chit-chat with you like this in a much more relaxed way. It's lovely.
It is,
really,
yeah.
really nice. Thank you so much.
Good to see you both. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
It is, it's that lovely thing. Politicians have to be politicians, and they have to...
But they're more fun when they become elder statesmen.
Yeah.
You know, when they retire or step back a bit from politics, and they can say a bit more what they think.
What they think.
And yet that's what we want from them when they're actually in power, isn't it?
But isn't it nice to do it? To get an explanation from Arlene about how it all works? It's very complicated. You can't do that when they're actually...
No.
As a politician.
Because they have to stick to the party line all the time, I suppose, don't they?
Lovely.
Although she's
Really
always been outspoken, Arlene, hasn't she? Yeah.
She's a really good get for us here, actually.
I know, she's brilliant.
Because it's just that experience.
It's like having an elder statesman on board, but I don't think she'd want us to call her that.
No, statesman.
Yes, just statesman.
That's the elder.
Oh, she's still listening to us. Sorry, Arlene. Oh, no. Oh, dear,
I think she might be younger than me, so elderly doesn't...
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, maybe.
It's elder, though, is like one of the elders, isn't it? Somebody wise, the top of their profession, the top of their game. Sticking to that.
From very dangerous ground here.
Yeah, very.
That is our top story today. Sinn Féin's Vice President Michelle O'Neill says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland.
Sinn Féin won 27 seats in the election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
The Labour leader resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules last year. He says he's confident that no rules were broken, but the Mail on Sunday has published a leaked memo which appears to suggest the event attended by Sir Keir Starmer, that beer and curry, was pre-planned, which would sort of break the rules.
President Zelensky says all 300 women and children and the elderly have been rescued from the steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation is now going to focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
The governor of Luhansk says 2 people have been killed after Russia bombed a school in Ukraine. 90 people were sheltering at the time of the attack. 60 people are still buried in that rubble and could be...
Now, as we've been talking throughout the show, lots of royal stories around, but Harry and Meghan appear to have been having some issues with their TV deal with Netflix.
Yeah, it reported that the Netflix film crew will be stopped in their tracks if they try to film inside royal events at the Platinum Jubilee. Well, you would think so too, though, wouldn't you?
Yes, but it's interesting that seems to have been made plain to Harry and Meghan. As I said, that's not the only royal story around. So let's talk to Angela Levin, royal expert extraordinaire. Hello, Angela.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's interesting that the palace have made it very clear now. They've sort of spelt it out. The rules, or at least the agreements, by which Harry and Meghan are going to be able to come over for the Platinum Jubilee.
Yes. But I think there's one thing in saying it and another thing endorsing it. And actually, it just confirms my idea that they had an ulterior motive. And I think they want to come because they want to make it up to Netflix and get loads more money. And they can, make sure that they are thought of as royals, and they will come over and take, snaps of them all the time. And then Harry will go and earn some more money by talking to another TV station, perhaps, and saying all the things that everybody said to him. I find it unbelievable and so despairing. I mean, I'm a real heavy monarchist, and I think it's going to be spoiled. They will spoil it because they will want attention. If they don't get attention, they will get attention by complaining they haven't got attention. And it's really all about our Queen. And she is having problems at 96. It's not unusual. And I think it's so awful that they're taking over even now, which is, we're very close to it. And instead of being helpful and kind and willing, they are building up a whole other story for themselves. I do actually think it's also wrong to bring their small children over at this time. The Queen is going to be very, very heavily in demand. There's going to be a lot she has to do, and it's going to be quite hard for her because she hasn't got the energy and she hasn't got the mobility. So to have children, small children coming round who don't know you, for tea is another burden on her. They could have come at any time now and done it quietly and nicely, and that would be a very special, intimate family event. But now with so much going on, I just think it's the wrong time. And it's obviously chosen, in my view, to actually make some more money out of Netflix.
Icebreaker, though, isn't it? I mean, you sort of think bringing especially Lilibet, that the Queen has never met, and other members of the family haven't met. I mean, isn't that an important icebreaker, which is going to be necessary?
Well, it is an icebreaker, but you need a lot of time, don't you? And I think there's going to be so much going on. We don't know how long they're going to stay. If they stay a week or so, then maybe it's all right. But if they come, in the beginning of the 4 days of celebration, it's just too much. And actually, children of about 3 get very suspicious of strangers. They're not going to rush into anybody's arms they don't know, and they will feel overwhelmed because it's a very different environment. A 1-year-old is fine, take her tummy and she'll laugh and she'll be sweet and you get her to smile. It's not a problem. But 3, they are little people and they have a sense of who likes them and who doesn't. And they're very, very careful about suddenly needing their parents.
I guess with the Sussexes, they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't at the moment. And even if they chose... Sorry, you don't agree?
Well, I don't actually. I think that the palace have been trying very hard to get them back into the family, but they won't do anything to help, really, to go off. You're supposed to have private conversations with the Queen that remain private, and to go off and sell it and complain about what's going on. You want to make sure the people are looking after her when you're living 5,000 miles away. I think he now can't be trusted. That's the problem. And I think that it's very, very difficult, the palace, to handle it. And there was a way of coming over. They could have come over for the memorial service, and they could have come over before that to introduce the children to the Queen. And so therefore it would all go smoothly. But it's all, are they in, are they out, are they coming, are they not coming? Is he playing polo, as it was said a week ago? No, he's coming. When is he coming? Who's coming? It's just playing games with all of us, but most of all with the royal family. I'm very sorry to say this because I was very, very fond of Harry when I wrote his biography. I spent over a year with him. I thought he had some amazing qualities, but unfortunately, he's turned into somebody who is not so appealing, let's say that.
I mean, do you... I'm always reluctant to sort of say, well, it's the wife.
Yes, I know.
Sort of thing, because it does see, in a way, it seems very unfair, because he must have been unhappy for quite a while, even before this relationship. Surely he's been unhappy with the situation.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the papers really pin the blame on Meghan, and is that really fair?
Well, they can put that to one side even, because he said to me, one of the chats we had, was that he was unhappy. He didn't want to live in a goldfish bowl. He wanted to be an ordinary person. He wanted to go to Africa and look after animals that were dying out. That's what he'd really love to do. So he was looking for a way out. But this is a completely different way of living. He's not living as an ordinary person. He's living as an extraordinary celebrity. And I think that you don't have to listen to your wife if she tells you something, I think, in this modern world. And I think that the blame, and it is blame, is on both of them. I don't think Meghan brings out the best in him. I mean, one hopes in a partner that you have someone who does bring out the best, not the worst in you. And I think she doesn't bring that out in Harry, whereas Kate brings it out in William and Camilla brings it out in Charles. I don't think she does, because she's never really understood the duties of being a member of the royal family. She couldn't understand it. We heard this last week, that she hated the tour in Australia when she was welcomed by hundreds and hundreds of people. He said, "What are you doing here? It's ridiculous." She didn't seem to be able to grasp it, but Harry had told me that he spent a lot of time telling her what it would be like, what the restrictions were, what the advantages were, but she obviously didn't take it in, or he didn't explain it well enough.
Move on to William and Catherine just briefly, Angela, because the front page lead story of the Mirror this morning, the headline is "Just William," saying that the Cambridges were pretty shaken up by their Caribbean tour and some of the things that were perceived to have gone wrong on it. The sort of slightly old-fashioned paternalistic royal visit. And William is apparently talking about how he would rather like to drop his title now, and even when he's in public, and just be introduced as William, or Catherine just be introduced as Catherine, and not their Royal Highness or anything like that. Is that a good move, do you think? Or will it remove some of the special character of being royal?
I think it will remove some of the special character of being royal. I remember very clearly that during the pandemic, when they did an awful lot of remote meetings, talking to people, and Catherine and William would introduce each other as William and Catherine as William. And I think they were doing that to be more accessible, which in a way, when you're speaking to people virtually, now we're all used to it. But at the beginning, I thought it was a very nice thing. But you can't get away from the fact that he is a senior royal, and a lot of people still admire that. Not everybody's turning their back on that, and they want that magic which royalty does have, or the ones who are really keen and work hard have. And I think that it would be a bit of a disaster, because I think just before you said it's bad if you do, bad if you don't. This is the same sort of thing. And if people still call him, "Hi, William," and they lose a certain amount of respect, it becomes a little bit too pally. He needs to stay dignified. He needs to stay royal. That's what it's all about. I don't think you can chop and change in a way that I don't think that works at all.
No, it's a very interesting point, that. I sort of agree with you.
We don't want our royal family riding Boris bikes up and down the Mall, do we?
No, we don't.
We want them to be a bit special.
Just as you are, Angela.
Because I think people will feel they'll be intimate. They can ask them all sorts of questions, which he wouldn't like, really. He's not used to that. I think you have to, the head of a company, all sorts of people that you need to show respect to. You two, you don't just treat them as your best pals and want intimate information out of them straight away. it's a tricky path, and I think he should stick to being royal, which he's doing extremely well, as is Catherine.
OK, Angela, really good to talk to you this
Great
morning.
stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got a sensible view, as our Angela. Stay with us. Coming up, we're going to get the latest on what is this mystery spike in cases of hepatitis in children. It's in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells, a little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 9:28. Very good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We're live across the UK. We're on your TV, we're on your radio, and we're online.
Yeah, and we love to hear where you're watching us from and what you think about what we're talking about. Now, this is an interesting one for you. UK health authorities investigating the cause of a mystery surge in hepatitis cases in children, with 163 cases are now identified in the UK.
Now, despite authorities saying that the disease is very low, of course it can be a very serious infection, and so far 11 children need liver transplants.
Well, joining us now is NHS doctor Gary Bartlett to tell us more. Hello, Gary. Thanks for joining us. Hello. Hi.
Oh, hi. Good morning, Stephen and Anne. Thank you for having me.
What could possibly be the cause of an increased and such a marked increase of hepatitis cases, and some of them very serious indeed?
Yeah, absolutely. A very interesting story, this, Anne and Stephen. At the moment, we just don't know right now. So we're seeing a large number of cases of this, patients with hepatitis are testing positive for the adenovirus, which essentially is the common cold virus. So we're seeing about sort of 70% of these children presenting with hepatitis are testing positive for this adenovirus. So at the moment, we're exploring this potential link between this common cold virus and hepatitis at the moment.
Could it be anything to do with lockdown caused by the pandemic? The fact that we've been living, frankly, safer lives. We haven't been exposed to the usual problems, the viruses and all the rest of it, that we normally are and build up some immunity to.
Yeah, so there's a couple of theories which have come out already on this. And one of them is the COVID lockdown, because obviously we're all staying inside, we weren't mixing with others. So we're thinking that the COVID lockdown, excuse me, might have weakened the immune systems of children. And now everybody's come out of lockdown. What we're seeing now is very high cases of this adenovirus, particularly this year. And I know from my personal practice, I'm seeing a lot more children with common cold, viral symptoms. So yeah, one of the theories is COVID has weakened our immune system. And so it's just allowing potentially this adenovirus with maybe potentially seeing some more rare side effects, which we normally wouldn't have, in pre-COVID times.
Is there anything we can do then to try and make things better for our children? I mean, do we just have to wait and see, or do we really need to encourage them to get out and play and get a bit mucky and a bit dirty and mingle with others, all those sort of things?
Yeah, I wouldn't tell parents to do anything differently right now. Essentially, one way we can try and reduce the risk of transmission of the adenovirus between children is good hand hygiene. So all those lessons we learned from COVID about washing your hands regularly, we could apply in this scenario as well. So lots of, good hand hygiene is the key message here.
Before we say goodbye to you, and thanks very much for joining us, by the way, you're a member of Team GB snowboarding, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I do some snowboarding, and I represent GB in snowboard cross. You found me out.
How did you do?
So I didn't go to the Olympics, but so I'm competing. I do other competitions and things. The Olympics is just a very kind of small part, and there's everything else, all the other competitions that go on which people don't see or potentially don't know about. So I had a busy winter season with these other competitions and things. But it went well. Training's good.
Where do you train?
So we're based out in Austria. So we tend to go out, do some camps, and then come back, and I go back to work. And then another camp will come up, and I go out and do some camps, and then come back, and then might go off and do some competitions. So it's a good little mix. It keeps keeps you
sharp.
Fresh. Pretty sharp, yeah. So just lastly, Stephen and I just wanted to reassure parents, though, just going back to the hepatitis and the common cold. These cases of hepatitis are extremely rare. Okay, so I don't want parents to worry, but just be vigilant and look out for symptoms. So the adenovirus, the common cold virus, causes things like coughs, colds, sore throats, vomiting and diarrhea, which is all these very common sort of normal viral symptoms. But if you do start noticing any yellowing of the skin in your children, or particularly any yellowing of the eyes, and if you have any concerns, then do please get in contact with your doctor. But just to reassure you, it is incredibly rare at the moment, and we're still exploring this link.
Okay, Gary, really good to talk to you this morning.
Yeah, we'll let you get back to your day job now, if not your snowboard.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks very much indeed. Lovely to talk to you.
Yeah, it's a concern. It is a concern. All that, jaundice. I had jaundice when I was born. I was jaundiced.
Yeah, one of my babies had jaundice at birth too. And you just have to get on with it and deal with it. But as a
Yeah.
parent, you just have to be vigilant, I suppose, at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Don't take any risks, any concerns. Get yourself off to the A&E or whatever. Just got to don't take any risks with it. Look, stay with us. We've got lots more coming up for you, including Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tetchy. They're going to take us through all the sport and the showbiz news for you in a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Ah, 9:36.
Yes, it is. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. We're live across the UK on your TV, your radio, and don't forget that if you are watching us online, it helps us if you just hit this love and like and subscribe button.
The love button.
And then we know where you are. We can seek you out.
Hit the love button, ladies and gentlemen.
No, that sounds very rude.
It does sound very bad, doesn't it?
Not at this time on a Sunday morning, I don't.
We love it when you get in touch with us and we know where you are and what you're up to and what you're doing. My friend Luke's I've just showed you the video. He sent me a little video of my friend Luke, who...
Morning, Luke.
He's the most politically astute 23-year-old. It's just like absolutely on the ball. It's terrifying.
Well, there's plenty for him to talk about at the moment, and there's lots of politics around.
We keep him busy. He'll be talking his mum's head off with all of that. I should imagine this morning. Good luck with that. But anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. We'd love to hear from you.
So, shall we take you through the headlines so far? Sinn Féin's Vice President, Michelle O'Neill, says the party's victory ushers in a new era for Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin won 27 seats in the election, making it the largest party at Stormont for the first time.
The Labour leader is resisting calls to resign over allegations that he broke lockdown rules last year, saying he's confident that no rules were broken. The Mail on Sunday has published a leaked memo which appears to suggest the event, attended by Sir Keir Starmer, was pre-planned.
President Zelensky says all 300 women, children and the elderly have now been rescued from the steelworks in Mariupol. He says the second stage of the evacuation is now going to focus on removing wounded members of the Ukrainian military.
Without doubt, we work on getting out our military. All the heroes who defend Mariupol. It is very difficult, but important. I'm sure everybody understands the reason for the difficulty and where this reason resides. But we don't give up hope. We don't stop. Every day, we keep looking for such a diplomatic solution which could work.
The governor of Luhansk says 2 people have been killed after Russia bombed a school in a village in Ukraine. 90 people were sheltering at the time of the attack. 60 are still buried under the rubble and they are feared to have died.
And the UK has confirmed a further £1.3 billion of military support for Ukraine. The Prime Minister is going to meet other G7 leaders and President Zelensky virtually today to discuss Ukraine's long-term future.
And I actually just want to start. Priti Patel, your racist policies are killing people.
The Home Office is reviewing security after protesters heckled Priti Patel at a Tory spring dinner in Nottinghamshire. 7 activists from the Green New Deal Rising group bought tickets to the event and then criticised government plans to send migrants to Rwanda. Now, it's 77 years since Victory in Europe Day, when Winston Churchill announced that the fight against Nazi Germany in Europe was finally over.
John Roberts served during the conflict, and we were honoured that he wanted to talk to us about his memory of that day. John now works with the Royal British Legion, giving talks about his experiences of the war.
Yeah, he told us of the excitement when the news broke that the war was actually over.
I was actually in Canada starting my flying training then. It wasn't all that easy in Canada, or that part of Canada, because you had to have what they called a liquor license. You couldn't just go into a bar and drink like we do here. You had to hand over a bit of paper to get a drink. So it was quite difficult to get drunk. But everybody was so excited that goodness knows what happened. Well, you can probably guess that I'm a sailor, and sailors like girls. So what I was looking forward to was getting back to England, to where I had a girlfriend. When the war ended and I was in Canada, there were so many people waiting to come back to England that it was 2 weeks before I could come. So I went down to New York, and I went into Radio City to see television. I'd never seen television before. And I was selected to go behind the screen to be televised so all my friends could see me. So many people died. I think to not remember them is really disgraceful. I'm 98 now, and I flew in the Fleet Air Arm. My engine never stopped, so I never had to bail out. I never had to ditch in the water. I've been very, very lucky, and I was never torpedoed in my ships. The United States stopped supplying Japan with oil, and that was very bad news for Japan. So that's why they attacked the United States. And really, if we go on being too beastly to Putin, I wonder if he will do the same as Hitler and the Japanese. You know, we push them so far that they go to war.
So there you are, the views of a veteran.
He must be well in his 90s now, that gentleman.
Mm.
I mean, and how astounding to hear his views and his perspective, everything you've seen.
On everything that's happening at the moment.
Love it. Thank you so much for talking to us. It's really important to hear these voices.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got plenty of voices to hear now. In fact, we won't be able to stop them because it's Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tetching. Morning, you two.
How you doing? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. So all sport, all showbiz. Yeah. Let's kick off with a bit of sport, Aidan.
Oh, goodness me. Big weekend in the Premier League. We touched on it a couple of hours ago, didn't we? Manchester United, I mean, that's not the biggest story of the day, but they did get thrashed 4-0 by Brighton. The reason I brought it up now is because we didn't mention it earlier on. I should have mentioned it to Simon. But, yeah, they went down to Brighton and they got absolutely turned over by a side.
Was that expected?
Oh no! I mean, it's just no. It's not expected. I mean, listen, Brighton are a decent side, especially at home, but they're not expected to go and beat Man United 4-0.
I was heartbroken.
Did you see any of it? It was just
I saw bits of it, but I just don't understand what's going on with United at the moment. It's like we're just not being consistent, and to lose 4-0 to Brighton.
I'll tell you what, it doesn't help, Stephanie, when the players know that the manager is not going to be there next season. You're not just something psychological. It gives the other team an edge as well when they know that they're playing against a team that's in the midst of a bit of a flux. And the second half of the season, they've been absolutely dreadful, and this guy's done nothing to improve the situation. I mean, I suppose you could say that he's gone in there and identified problems, and maybe that will help the manager next season. But that's a huge, huge job next season. Of course, elsewhere in the Premier League, we had Liverpool-Tottenham, huge game last night as well. Tottenham getting a point at Anfield, Liverpool dropping points, all that talk of the quadruple It's not so much prevalent today because Manchester City got a huge chance against Newcastle to go and press home their advantage, which I expect them to do.
How important then is a manager? You think of the amazing days of Ferguson and things like that. How important is a manager as opposed to a captain? You would have thought the captain would rally around and rally the troops.
A captain's more important in cricket, I would say, than football because they have more power in terms of picking the team. I think the cult of the manager is a little bit overrated in football, having said that, because Harry Redknapp always used to say to me, he said, Aidan, if you've got good players, this is the easiest job in the world because they're the ones who do the job on the pitch. However...
Well, there you are, Man U had good players.
Yeah, they do, but they're individuals. I wouldn't say they're a team. That's the difference.
That's interesting.
Imagine if we were at GBNews, we're just a load of individuals and we didn't work. Imagine if the Breakfast family didn't operate as a team. You know, we'd be operating our own scripts and everything would be all dysfunctional. I think we're perfectly functioning.
Somebody would have to step forward, wouldn't they, Stephen?
Would.
Take over.
Yes, they would.
Look, and I'd sit back and watch you do it.
No,
clap you from the side.
I remember years ago when I worked somewhere else. I mean, 20-odd years ago, and someone I used to work with, she used to say, "Oh, you do that interview. You do that interview. You need the practice." No.
Well, it worked in the end, I suppose, didn't it?
It worked all right. Look, it's the Queen's speech on Tuesday.
Yes, it is.
Opening the House of Parliament. But it's also the WAG's evidence.
Gosh, Agatha Christie, guys.
Oh, no.
Finally, you know, we haven't heard...
What stage are we at now?
Now it's finally coming to the Royal Courts of Justice.
It's not gone to court yet.
So all of this...
That's right, this is all pre-court,
all
isn't
this
it?
stuff has been pre-court, so they're finally coming to court on Tuesday, and it is going to be a very explosive week because the WAGs are finally going to be taken to the stand. So we have Rebecca Vardy, we have Colleen Rooney, who are both going to be saying their sides of the story. Obviously, in this case, it's Rebecca Vardy taking Colleen Rooney to court for libel. Apparently, after Colleen Rooney accused Rebecca Vardy of selling stories to the Sun in her sting called Agatha Christie. So now they're both going to have their say of what's happened. And up till now, the husbands have had a dignified silence on this, but Wayne Rooney will also be taking a stand
to
give evidence as well.
He's going to be telling the truth.
Yeah, we hope he's telling the truth. But, guys, this is going to cost them up to £3 million in legal fees. People who are close to...
Are they not watching Johnny Depp and Amber Heard tear each other out?
I know.
No, but you know what? They're going to benefit from this because sources and newspapers today are saying that they're both going to be doing TV bits about the court. So apparently, Colleen's already signed up for a Netflix documentary.
I don't believe it.
They'll probably have to cover their costs, don't they?
Yeah, which started filming like a couple of weeks ago. So she's been doing filming about the run-up to the court case. Rebecca Vardy also will be appearing on a TV show, I'm not going to name it, and where she'll be talking about her side of the story.
But these women, they're not well known in the States, are they?
Not in the States, no, but I mean...
They're
well
nothing
known.
like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, are they?
But over in the UK, obviously, like, football's a big thing, and we're always obsessed with the WAGs and, you know, how they live and their story, but this is just WAGs gone bad, and this case has just been really awful. I do feel like Rebecca Vardy is not going to look good out with the
But what do the
verdict on
husbands
this.
think of this?
Well, I think... Look, they haven't played for England together for a long time. They don't really play at club level. They have different agents. I don't think they've really crossed over. And they haven't
Not
played...
really, even though football you think of as being a small world.
Yeah,
Probably
look,
don't touch each other very much.
People always say to me, like, we have a couple of years after they finish playing with each other or they finish playing football, how many mates have you got from the dressing room still remaining? A lot of people say none. Because they're just ships that pass in the night. So it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't have much to do with each other. They've not played for England for a long time, since about 2016. They've not played in the Premier League against each other since probably about 2018. So it's not a huge surprise to me, I have to say. And with all this going on as well, you're probably best off staying apart.
I do just think there are better things to be running through the court, so surely you could sort this out without having to take it to court.
Well, a lot of their advisors have been telling both of them to drop the case.
It's a Judge Rinder case, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Like, settle out of court. But both of them are quite adamant and both of them have got a point to prove. But in the run-up to it, hasn't looked good on Rebecca Vardy because there's been WhatsApp messages that have been revealed between her and her agent, Caroline Watt, where she's, you know, been slagging off Colleen. She's previously... do you know Danny Drinkwater?
Of course I do, yeah.
Apparently she sold a story to The Sun about his drink-driving case, which has come out. So it seems like she has a bit of a habit for selling stories.
He was
but now
drinking more
she's
than water,
taken... Yeah, he was. But now she's just taking this case public and it's not going to end well.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. It will be for the courts to decide. Once all the evidence has been heard, we shall see.
A good judge should sit there, listen to both of them, knock their heads together and say, go away and do something useful for
Apparently
charity.
they've got a female judge who will be, I think her name is Judge Stephanie something. I don't know her surname.
Tetchy.
Oh, yes, that would be cool.
I wish I was the judge of this case.
Can you imagine? No, can you imagine? Can we talk Grand Prix?
Yes, we can indeed. I mean, let's talk about the occasion, first of all. It's the inaugural Grand Prix in Miami. It's a huge event. If you look at the actual layout, I mean, obviously they lost Russia for obvious reasons, so this was always going to step into the breach. The new owners of F1, or the owners since 2017, have wanted this event to take place in Miami for some time. They wanted to build a bridge in a certain part of the town just to get to the beach, but the locals put a stop to that. But in terms of the actual race, yeah, I mean, it's been a difficult one for Lewis Hamilton. George Russell, good in qualifying, but he's got his work cut out now on the grid today. But Charles Leclerc looks like the one who's I think he's going to win the whole event this season, actually. And we've got some pictures on there as well. So Magic in Miami. We had Michelle Obama there. We had James Corden there. LeBron James was there as well. So it's a star-studded event, which you wouldn't look out of place at, Stephanie.
Aidan, can we talk about Jewellery Gate with Lewis Hamilton?
That's right. I was just going to ask about this.
Yeah, it's been confusing me. Why is he so adamant that he has to wear jewellery and there's some he can't take off?
And why are they even saying he can't wear jewellery?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, Sebastian Vettel, his old rival, was interviewed the other day, and he thinks that Lewis Hamilton has been made a target because he's the only one who really noticeably wears or discernibly wears jewellery. The FAI believe that the FIA believe it's a fire hazard in the cockpit. They said if you have it, you're talking about an enclosed environment. It wouldn't take much long to kind of destroy the vehicle if a chain is around your neck, if a ring is inappropriately placed.
He has tons of rings on his fingers.
Well, in defiance.
Well, also they would get very, very hot, wouldn't they? I mean, that's
absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's the biggest risk. The fire hydrant equipment in the cockpit is what that's the biggest threat. And as you say, the metal can heat up. But he defiantly wore 3 watches to the press conference on Thursday.
He likes his bling.
I thought it was a bit trashy. I do like Lewis, and I've interviewed him before, but I'm just like, it seems a bit OTT, over the top. Like he's trying to make a statement.
He said he'll remove some, but some will be very difficult.
Yeah, well, he was tested. He was.
Don't know what that means, do you?
To think.
He was actually checked. He was actually checked in the paddock as well before qualifying. Before qualifying 1 on Friday, and he did give up some of it, but there are some items still in his body or on his body which we don't actually know where they are, where they appear, which are still the subject of discussion.
Yes,
but not detailed discussion.
No, let's not detail it.
Those butterfly clasps could be a nightmare. Ouch, they can nip.
Can they?
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
For words,
I just think turning up to anything with 3 watches is so over the top, but I suppose he enjoys that, doesn't he?
He'll never forget the time, will he? He'll just know. He could check one of his 3 watches.
I wonder how many of them work. I wonder how much they're worth.
We've got a bit of BAFTAs, haven't we?
Yes,
the BAFTA TV Awards. What I'm quite intrigued by is that it all seems to be quite clumped into just quite a small number of shows, up for like a load of stuff.
I think it's one of those things where the pandemic took its toll on a lot of award shows. So now it's like they can make a sing and song and dance about it. So this show has 27 nominations, awards. Obviously, you won't see them all on TV. It'll be on BBC One from 6 p.m. But one series that's predicted to do really well is It's a Sin by Russell T Davies. And the leading star, Ollie Alexander, is being tipped to pick up Best Actor for it.
What would you nominate if out of the others? What have you really enjoyed watching? It's always good at this point, I think.
It's a Sin had fantastic reviews.
I did like
It's a Sin is brilliant.
I watched all of the episodes and I was crying through most of it, actually. I found it quite gripping and quite dramatic. So, actually, I think that would have my seal of approval.
I liked it. I'm not very good with stuff that's depressing.
Yeah.
I like to be cheered up.
Have you watched EastEnders then, no?
No, do not watch EastEnders, no.
What's the one that's doing the rounds at the moment about the cookery expert in America, Julia?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know.
It stars Sarah Lancashire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is brilliant. It is just utterly brilliant. What's her name? Julia Childs. Julia Childs, who was the Fanny Craddock of America, and was quite a character. And they've made, I think, an 8-parter starring Sarah Lancashire, and it is brilliant. And the guy who plays Niles in Frasier, David Hyde Pierce, he plays her husband, and also the woman who plays. Yes, I'll think of it. Another character from Frasier. She's in it too. So I can tell you.
The English one from Manchester.
She used to be when she was in Frasier, she was the highest paid actress in the world.
I'm not sure who we're talking about now.
The English woman out of Frasier.
Yeah.
Daphne.
Oh no, not Daphne. No, not Daphne.
I think the studio looks a bit like Frasier's flat.
No, the one who was the hideous ex-wife of David Hyde Pierce, I think.
Oh,
the hideous wife. Lilith. Lilith.
No, Lilith was Frasier's ex-wife.
Oh, well, Lilith. Anyway, Lilith is the one I mean. Sorry, we're getting a bit confused and bogged down now. But she is also in it. So that I could recommend that. That's lovely.
I'll tell you what I'm watching. It's not new, though.
Yeah.
Schitt's Creek.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Now that
Schitt's Creek is the best in the world.
I
hated
it's on my list.
Series 1. I started watching it and I was just like, I can't watch this. It's awful.
And then you get to love the characters so much. You care about what happens to them.
It is brilliant. I'm going to start watching Selling Sunset. A lot of people keep talking about it's about the properties and what goes on behind it.
Oh, talk about Wagatha Christie.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I want to watch
really?
A bit of gossip.
What about The Staircase?
No, haven't
at the moment. That's the big one that is based on a true story about a woman who looks as though she's been murdered at the bottom of a staircase, but it turns out to be sort of a different thing. It turns into an enormous court case starring Colin Firth. That's a big one at the moment.
For Stephen.
Yeah.
Well, no, I tell you what, I quite like the. I'm watching the John Wayne Gacy tapes, which is on Netflix, which is. About he's a serial killer in the States. It's horrific, actually, but it's recordings of him talking to his legal team.
I thought you didn't like watching depressing stuff.
Well, no, but this is it's real life. I mean, quite serial killers and all that. I find quite interesting.
They've got
that's very good.
Yeah, it sounds good. They also have a good series on Andy Warhol, which I'm loving on Netflix as well. He's like my icon.
Oh, really?
And so it's like a 6-parter about his life, and you can hear him narrating it as well on Netflix.
But Mayor of Easttown, which stars Kate Winslet, that is up for a BAFTA, isn't it? And she is very, very good in that.
She is superb.
She's such a good actress. It's a very meaty, earthy part. She doesn't mind looking a little bit uglified, if you know what I mean. And she is brilliant in it. So that's another one to watch. Mayor of Easttown.
Aidan, what do you watch other than sport?
Football.
No. I like serial killer stuff. I'm quite interested. Anything about Dennis Nielsen, anything about Fred West, anything about the Moors murders, anything like that. I'm really into that. I've been to most of the murder sites as well.
Really?
I have, yeah. I'm really
but isn't it weird? We are very weird and stuff that we like that stuff.
Oh, I like murder mysteries.
My fascination comes from the fact my parents nearly bought a house next door to Dennis Nielsen back in the 80s. And the fact that they were gazumped. Which in an era when it was legal to do so, it was a turning point in my life, funnily enough.
Well, do you know what? We are literally out of time.
Who would have thought we'd end a Sunday morning programme on that note?
No.
But we talk about anything here.
That's it for the Breakfast Family. We'll all see you next weekend.
Bye.
Looking ahead to today's weather, and the UK will be dry and bright across much of the country, with any low cloud quickly clearing. Let's take a look at the details. By lunchtime, there'll be plenty of sunshine across southwest England, though some low cloud may linger along the south coast at times, temperatures rising to 16 or 17 Celsius. There'll be lots of strong May sunshine across the whole of London and southeast England, so feeling warm with light winds for all. Dry for Wales this lunchtime, with plenty of sunny spells, perhaps turning a little bit breezy towards the coasts. Temperatures reaching around 20 Celsius. Similar weather expected across the Midlands too. It'll be fine and dry with periods of warm sunshine. Temperatures reaching around 18 or 19 Celsius. Winds will be light once again. Some cloud will bubble up across northern England, but most places will stay dry with plenty of sunny spells. Sunniest towards the east coast, but a little bit fresher here with temperatures around 12 Celsius. The risk of some light rain across the far north of Scotland. Otherwise, it will be a fine day with lots of sunny spells, a little bit breezy across the far west. Plenty of blue skies for Northern Ireland and light winds too, feeling very warm for the time of year as temperatures reach around 19 Celsius, well above the early May average. A few showers moving into the far northwest as we move into this evening, otherwise a fine end for many.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7.